Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of this State Board of Community Colleges Finance Committee to order. It is 12 noon. Ms. Lyons, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Lisa Eastep,
Here.
Miss Paula Benson,
Present.
Laborer Commissioner Luke Farley. Thank you. Mr. Tom Looney. Mr. Robert Moore.
Here.
Mr. Scott Ottman.
Here.
The Honorable Sam Searcy.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ray Trapp. Madam, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I will now read the Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest Reminder. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before this committee today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. I see no conflicts. Please let the record reflect. You have before you the agenda today, July 16th. Are there any additions or deletions to be brought before this committee? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said agenda. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. You hopefully have also had a chance to review the minutes from May 14th of 2026. Are there any changes to note? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said minutes. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. We have 7 for action items on the agenda today. First for action item attachment FC01, Regional Online Adult High School Pilot Project. This is a $225,000 request for funds with the fund source, WIOA Title II Leadership Funds. This is year 2 of this pilot. At our July 2025 meeting, this board approved the same amount of funds to be utilized for year 1 of the pilot program. And I believe at that time we heard from Dr. Elliott of Halifax and the superintendent, Dr. Thompson, about the need for this pilot. The 3 schools, Halifax, Martin, and Roanoke Chowan, along with their associated LEAs, or as they're known now, PSUs, which I believe stands for Public School Units, remain committed to this project, with Halifax remaining as the lead. So the why, adult high school programs have existed in some format since the 1960s. For some of our rural colleges, some colleges in economically distressed communities, these programs are crucial. However, the investment required to support an adult high school program can be cost prohibitive. The pilot was started last year to look at the benefits of forming a regional consortium to share costs. There is a corresponding item in Program 05 later today that will give data on year 1. Dr. Van Dyke, did I leave, or Arbany, are you good? Okay, all right, awesome. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC01, Regional Online Adult High School Pilot Project. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Moving on to attachment FC02, Ability to Benefit Implementation Initiative Phase 1. This is a $125,000 request for funds with the fund source from WIOA Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act funds. This is phase 1 of this initiative, and we'll start with 5 colleges: AB Tech, Blue Ridge, Isothermal, Western Piedmont, and Wilkes. So the ability to benefit provision is part of the Higher Education Act. It allows adult learners without a high school diploma to still qualify for federal aid dollars. To be eligible, students must be enrolled in an eligible career pathway program and meet specific requirements. This initiative will develop federally approved eligible career pathway programs, establish processes to support student enrollment and success, and provide a framework for further rollout of this provision. So it's balancing, it's about balancing the coursework and moving through the program, and what we talked about in our pre-agenda meeting is really not burning through all of your federal aid before you finished your coursework. So we also know for our pre-agenda meeting that Arbany Cooper is the expert on this. Did I leave anything out? Is that good? Okay. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FCO2, Ability to Benefit Implementation Initiative Phase 1. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. You guys are on a roll. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FCO3, BioNetwork Learning Solutions Center Transition. So as you may recall, in our May Finance Committee meeting, we approved the BioNetwork host college allocations, including a partial allocation to Gaston College, who had indicated their desire not to continue as a host for the Learning Solutions Center, which is also known as the Instructional Design and Development Team. This team does support all 58 community colleges through the development of technology-based resources, but does concentrate right now on about 20 to 25 colleges. These resources are utilized in BioNetwork training, customized training, and workforce development initiatives, and at industry engagement activities. So the system office leadership has reviewed the BioNetwork operations and service delivery model and is recommending transitioning these same positions to the system office. Since the Learning Solutions Center functions as a statewide resource, it does make sense to allow the administration to also be handled at the system office level. So this committee is being asked to authorize up to $432,000, a little over $432,000 of the retained BioNetwork funds to be administered at the system office level. There is an item in personnel 01 for the 4 positions to be transitioned from Gaston College to the system office. There's also a 4 information item in programs. Are there any questions regarding this item? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FCO3, BioNetwork Learning Solutions Center transition. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Ottman, thank you for the second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FCO4, NC College Connect Direct Access Letters, State Board Fund Reserve request. This is a $70,000 request in State Board Reserve funds. Just a reminder, this is a new fiscal year, so we start over with the $250,000 fund reserve. So these funds will allow for the printing and mailing of what I'm calling a quote invitation to apply to be sent to every high school senior in North Carolina in the fall semester. So this mailing is an extension of the NC Connect campaign. In previous iterations of this campaign, eligibility was limited and the mailings were limited to students with a weighted GPA of 2.8 or greater and who had completed a fourth level math course. Beginning this fall, all public high school students will be included in this mailing. Since we have an open door policy, we're including everyone. The only question I had is Dr. Hickman here? Okay, I just was wanting to ask about the timing of the letter.
All the letters will go out in mid-September to students to give them ample time to apply to colleges for the upcoming fall. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I mean, with how these youngsters want to consume content, it just seems to me this is, like 19th century stuff here.
The physical letter is really to engage the parents. When you get a letter in the mail, the parents open it and they say, go apply for college. And so they get messages through and CFNC, and they get electronic messages, but this is to engage the family as well as the student. They open the letter, they see it, and it harkens back to, like you said, back in the day, we had to sit and wait for a letter of admission, and that is something that excites students. We have several pictures of students just online holding their letter up and being excited about being invited to apply. So it's a strategy to engage parents in addition to engaging them online.
And I think there was a positive response to with the prior mailings, there was a positive response. They did see an uptick
Yeah,
in
we saw a
applications.
huge uptick in
Yeah.
applications. Yeah.
So I think they're hopeful that they will see it in
But-
this case.
But a huge uptick versus nothing at all, right? So I just wonder if we wouldn't be well served to look at some kind of an electronic and then maybe compare open rates or results,
With this,
USPS versus a more futuristic kind of way to contact these people.
I think with this particular program, DPI owns the engagement information, so we don't have access to the emails. We only get the mailing addresses from DPI.
Here we go. This is a data discussion where they've got to opt in rather than opting out. And we didn't get that through the last legislative session, but that's something has to happen. We're getting way behind compared to other states on this. So you're absolutely right. I think we're forced probably right now to do it this way, but we have to change that. You're right.
So can who's to do is it to go work with DPI to get the data? Is that from, I'll do it.
You got it.
Okay. Careful what you ask for.
No, it's an active issue we've been working on for a period of time. We elevated it significantly in this session. It would be nice if we can come to this agreement working with DPI rather than legislating it. So I'll get with you and we can talk about how we might do that.
Yep. Are you okay with doing this now, though? For now? Okay, all right. Did we vote on this? Okay, we did not. All right. So any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC04, NC College Connect Direct Access Letter, State Board Reserve Request. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC05, Surveying Licensure Pipeline Enhancement Project. This is a $10,000 State Board Fund Reserve request. I believe this is being brought forward thanks to Senator Tom McGinnis, I believe is the genesis of this. So thanks to Senator McGinnis. There is a growing shortage of licensed land surveyors, as well as an aging of the current labor force. In addition, data indicators have shown our graduates are passing the fundamentals of surveying exam at lower rates than their four-year counterparts. So these funds will support three main activities. First, accelerated math course development with the goal to better help prepare community college students for their licensure exams. Second, program alignment review. This would compare the surveying program curricula statewide with the National Council of Examiners for Engineering and Surveying, NCEES, surveying education standards to identify gaps and strengthen rigor. And also to establish baseline data and establish faculty readiness. So they would look at establish a baseline of current pass rates for both the fundamentals of surveying and professional surveyors exams for community college graduates to measure progress over time. In addition, a faculty review and professional development needs assessment will be undertaken. The system office will identify a lead college, and this is also potentially phase 1 for this project. Dr. Merritt, did I leave anything out? Okay, great. Any questions regarding this project?
Yeah, I have a question, but
Yes, sir.
it's really for Terry. On surveyors, why aren't people going into this field? It's not like you're, have to lift heavy products. I would think people would want to get into surveying. What's causing folks not to get interested in it? Do you have any idea? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
Well, it's probably a lot like anything. It's kind of who you're around and who you're with and
Okay.
the guidance you get, and maybe just starting kind of broadly as a society. I don't know that we focus on this as a profession enough.
it's
It is-
awareness.
It is a profession. Yep. It certainly is an awareness thing. So that would be my first thought. And I would say the appeal today, especially with the young people, would be more and more it's a technology game, and not just what's done in the field, but what's done, they're not drawing like they used to. They're using computers to draw. So I would think there'd be more of an appeal than there is, given the technology bent that it has today. But I would say awareness is the first thing that comes to mind.
Yes, sir.
To be licensed, you have to have 5 years of experience and pass 3 very long tests, including 2 of them from praxis. It takes more testing to become a surveyor than a registered nurse in the state of North Carolina. And so that's one of the issues that they're looking at, and I appreciate you taking the initiative on it, Brian. Thank you.
I was just going to say that my son actually looked into becoming a surveyor, and there's a very long runway of time. So that convinced him to become a construction worker, which didn't make me very happy, but it's an easier entry point.
Yes, Dr. McGinnis, I'm sorry, I want to dwell on the subject. Why do they make it so hard? It's like they're protecting a field that's dying now because it's protected.
Supply and demand.
Oh,
Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC05, Surveying Licensure Pipeline Enhancement Project. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Mr. Ottman? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC06, New Financial Aid Directors Training Program. This is a request for $21,375 in State Board Fund reserves. These funds would support the development and delivery of a financial aid directors training program with the goal of offering it to 25 to 35 participants in the fall semester of this year. This is targeted towards new 2 years or less. If you've been in the job 2 years or less, that's the focus. Financial aid directors, that position, it can be very hard to fill and retain, especially for our smaller colleges. So this type of support is crucial. This would be an on-site leadership and training conference with subject matter experts. Training materials and a post-conference evaluation would be provided. Also, some of the program will be archived and available on our online platform. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC06, New Financial Aid Directors Training Program. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Moving on to our last four action item, attachment FC07, allocation for childcare grant. This is a $3.0838 million allocation request. These funds are appropriated through the general fund. Normally, this item is brought as part of the budget package, but based on college feedback, it's being brought earlier, so to give colleges more time to allocate the funding to the students. The initial allocation to colleges will be based on prior year expenditures or a minimum of $5,000 if no prior year expenditure was made. The system office will retain the balance of funds to allow a more expeditious allocation to colleges. As in the past, if a college does not use their allocation of funds, it will be redistributed to other colleges who need those funds. Also, to save time, the system president will have the authority to redistribute those funds. There is a table attached to the agenda item with the recommended college allocations. Any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC07, allocation for childcare grant. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. All right, moving on to our consent agenda. Attachment FC08, Golden Leaf Community College Scholarship Program. This is an item we are all familiar with. A $2.98 million allocation request for Golden Leaf scholarship funds to be allocated to colleges. This is a slight increase from the prior year. The Golden Leaf Foundation has been awarding grants to our system since 2001. These funds are generally more flexible than a lot of our grants, and can be used for tuition and fees, books, supplies, credentialing tests, transportation, and childcare. The funds are available for both curriculum and Con Ed, and at least 25% of the funding must go to Con Ed. So all 50 colleges receive a base amount of funding as shown in the table provided, and 26 colleges receive an extra 20% of priority funding. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC08, Golden Leaf Community College Scholarship Program. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. So the next three grants are our federal Title II grants. And as we all know, they are at risk for reduction or elimination. And if you have any questions regarding that specifically, I would ask that you maybe hold those until the grants report later in the agenda. Don't have any specific information really, other than it's just kind of a wait and see. But we have been notified, obviously, that these funds, Title II is forward funded. So the funds that we have listed, they are available at, over the time period noted in the agenda item. Attachment FC09, allocation of Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, Section 225, Corrections Education and Other Institutionalized Individuals. This is a funding allocation request in the amount of $902,711. So these funds are used to provide education and training to individuals in an institutional or correctional setting. And yes, the faculty member does go to the institution or correctional facility. I think that was asked in the prior year. There are no changes from the prior year to the funding methodology nor to the 42 colleges that are to be funded. So everything remains the same. This funding is for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Any questions? Yes, sir.
$1 million for I think you said 42 colleges.
42 colleges.
Doesn't seem like a lot of money to begin with. But then do we have any data that tells us the success of even having this? Like by having that education at those community colleges, do we know that there's a good result by having faculty go to the institutions and doing this work?
Dr. Van Dyke?
Arbany Cooper, who's our state director for Title II, she has a lot about the law, but specifically just to frame this, we were required by the WIOA law of 5.5% of our allocation go towards correctional education. That's where we get the 900,000. But she'll answer the questions about the methodology and data around this. So.
This mic is really tall. So as Dr. Van Dyke just stated, according to the WIOA regulations and law, we are required to allocate at least 5.5% of the $19 million that we received for the 231 allocation to our correctional facilities. And we not only serve corrections, we also serve jails, we also serve rehab facilities. And so to answer your question, is this a viable program? The answer is yes, because we are seeing a lot of our graduates not only earn their high school diplomas, but other workforce credentials so that they can re-enter society and be a viable citizen. And again, that is also part of the WIOA legislation. We have to serve justice-involved individuals that are within 5 years of leaving correctional custody. Thank you.
Could you repeat again, what's the allocation methodology? Because I'm looking at Tri-County with $7,000, and I mean, it's a very small amount of money. What can you, or here, Forsyth, $6,000.
Yes. So you're correct. The allocations are small. These are not very large student populations that we're serving. And in addition to the $902,000 that we allocate exclusively for corrections, providers are also, and I'll just use the term, community colleges are also able to use their large federal 231 grant to provide services as well. So this is more of a supplement in addition to the regular federal funding that they receive, in addition to the state-generated FTE funding that they receive.
Okay. This assumes every college has some students
Absolutely.
in a correctional facility
Absolutely.
or associated with it.
Absolutely. And what we also do is we ask our community colleges to submit a continuation grant every year. And so we review their correctional education data, as well as they're required to submit a narrative to respond to how they're going to serve this particular population each year. Yes.
Just out of curiosity, do 4-year institutions also receive funding so that they can also provide this similar types of education to people like this?
It is my understanding that 4-year institutions do receive some type of funding for correctional education. However, the community college system is the main source of corrections education for North Carolina.
Ms. West?
Thank you. I'm not a member of this committee, but I just wanted to flag that those in the programs committee will recognize that every month, I think we have an approval item for multiple community colleges to come forward and share with us the partnerships they have with various correctional institutions across the state, seeking approval for new programs. And as a point of privilege, I'd just like to say that I think this is a critical part of our mission.
Absolutely.
If you go back to Dallas Herring's initial quote about what we do, we pick up, we help people wherever they are in life.
Absolutely.
And I'm also going to send to the board a copy of an op-ed that Jamie Dimon had in the New York Times about 4 years ago that talked about the importance of helping individuals who had been
Absolutely.
incarcerated and finding their way back to society. It
Absolutely.
was very inspiring to me to read that. So thank you.
Thank you. And just another quick note, a part of this work is directly aligned to Reentry 2030. Again, that's why we are required to serve individuals that will be released from custody within 5 years. Thank you.
Has anyone on this board visited a prison program? Yeah, I have too. And I would highly suggest that you do go. I had never entered a prison before that time, so it's a very illuminating process. But when you go and talk to the prisoners, it's also a very humbling one, and you see what a difference it makes to them, to their daily lives, to be able to participate in these programs. One of the programs at Pamlico, they make teeth. Or they used to when I went a few years ago. So they do some very far-reaching things there. So yeah, I would highly suggest that if you have the time to go and visit a program. Did we vote on this one? We did not, did we? Okay. All right. Thank you. If there are no further questions, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC09, allocation for Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, Section 225, Corrections Education and Other Institutionalized Individuals. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC10, allocation of Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, Section 231. I believe this is the second year of a 4-year grant cycle. Is that correct? Dr. Van Dyke, thank you. The total award amount of this committee is being asked to approve is just over 14.1 million. The funding formula has not changed. All 58 community colleges plus 7 CBOs are recommended for funding. CBO stands for Community-Based Organization. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC10, allocation of Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, Section 231. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC11, allocation of Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, Section 243, Integrated English Literacy and Civics Education, or IELCE. This is a $1.458 million allocation approval request for the grant award period July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. These are the same 29 programs funded in the prior year and with the same methodology. In the agenda item, you can see the goals and outcomes expected of a participating program. 28 are colleges with 1 community-based organization. Are there any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment FC11, allocation of Title II Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, Section 243, Integrated English Literacy and Civics Education. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC12, allocation of Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act, or Perkins 5. I do believe as of last month, we're in July, as of May, I think, it's now co-administered by the Department and Department of Labor. It's also known as the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century, which is a mouthful. This funding, $13.682 million, is for the 26-27 fiscal year and will be allotted to 57 colleges. 1 college, Pamlico, did not meet the technical guidelines for the program. These funds can be used to develop, coordinate, and improve career and technical education programs, connecting students to certifications that can lead to employment. It focuses on increasing employment opportunities for 10 special populations, and those are outlined in the agenda item. Are there any questions regarding this item? Yes, sir.
Where does the money come from originally? You said foundation. So is this a state thing? Is this an individual? Is this a federal?
Federal.
This is federal.
Yep. Dr. Van Dyke?
Yes, so it is from the Perkins Law, the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century, Perkins 5 funds, that it comes from the Department of Education, administered through the Department of Labor at this point. So it's the same funds, they're just moving them from one department or one agency to another.
So does this occur every year?
Every year, and it's happened since 1850 something in a different fashion. So,
And is it like funded like for forever?
no, it's in the allocation bill that they have. And so we are forward funded just like AFLA through that. So when you see education funding in department bills, that's where it's coming from, the Department of Education, out of the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education. So it is part of that law, and every year they have to put a allocation towards it. So if we do have a shutdown, it wouldn't affect this year, it would affect that next year, because we are forward funded by a year.
Thanks.
I got a follow-up, Mr. Lang. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah. This is not directed to you or this program. How often do we look at these allocations? I looked at some of them going on for 5, 6, 7 years. Do we ever?
That receive Pell. Concentrators mean those who've completed a program that's 12 credits or more within that year. Based on the number of total Pell applicants, that's a percentage, and the percentages is on the board item if you want to see how they do.
And
And
that's
if it,
true with all these allocations we're doing right now?
that's just with
dictated?
Perkins. That's with Perkins and the
Are all these allocations done the same? Or
The childcare is an example of this, where we did switch our allocation method this year, where we looked at what colleges had spent the previous year. We held more back at the system office, so we have more ability to meet needs that come up during the year. And we've done that with a number of other allocations that have been approved in the past couple months, where we've made small tweaks to the allocation process to allow more flexibility and to make sure those funds are utilized by colleges, or to make sure the colleges who need those funds have them when they need them.
But I think you're talking more like the Title II grants.
across the board, there's a term we used in business that peanut butter spread the funds. And it looks like all this is peanut butter spread, but you're telling me you adjust the models based upon the needs and the results in those.
Sometimes it also depends on if it comes from state or federal. So federal comes with different rules and guidelines, as Dr. Van Dyke said. So like Title II did undergo a different methodology formulation at the beginning of the well, and you'll have to correct me. I know that a few years ago, they went through a formula change. So you can change the formula to a certain extent. And you'll have to correct me if because I remember going through that process and it was onerous, but only to a certain extent. You are subject to federal guidelines. State, we have a bit more flexibility, as Philip said, but it still gets passed out to colleges eventually. But in terms of federal guidelines, you are subject to, as Dr. Van Dyke said, like for Perkins, it's based on Pell Grant recipients and the number of Pell Grant recipients. So there are further guidelines that you have to, or further, I guess, guardrails that you have. So it's different for federal versus state. Yes, sir.
I think the distinction is, I think the way we should understand it is that something like the Perkins program is designed to support something all community colleges do, basically. And therefore, there are some rules about allocating the funds on an equitable basis among all the schools in the system. Correct me if any of this is wrong. Some of these other programs are more targeted. And I think that's where Tom's admonition applies. And I just don't know how I don't know which is which exactly. But I think there's often a case to be made where it's not that kind of generalized support, but where there's a more specific objective in mind that may not apply to all our schools, or where some have more capabilities than others. Then there would be a greater case, I think, for a really deliberate allocation, and not just spreading the money around, but actually concentrating it in places where it could do the most good. And I think what we're asking is, to what extent, we don't know, I don't know which program is which exactly, which concept applies. But I do think it's something that the system should be, should share with us about the kind of flexibility we have and how we exercise it.
So with the federal funds, they're not meant for direct program like to fund it 100%. They're meant to offset and supplement the actual instruction and really provide innovation. So with like Perkins, they use it to start new CTE programs that meet new areas, like the surveyor program you're talking about. Some of those funds on the curriculum side could be used to help some of those things in futures and stuff like that, to also pay for new instructors to really help grow the program, and also help pay for some of the students' pieces to really be successful so they earn the credential or complete the program. Same with the AFLA piece. That is not meant to fully fund the program. It's meant to offset and supplement, and we provide state funds for both of them, either through FTE generation or other program institutional funds that they can get through those things. So that way they can make the program more sustainable. And so we do have severe metrics that we do have to report back to the Department of Labor and the Department of Education every year. And we can share those with you and really walk you through what those means, because they're federally mandated, sometimes they don't say what you think that they say. So, but we would be happy to walk you through those so you can see those from the federal perspective.
So maybe that's what we can do in a later finance committee meeting, is show like the layering of the state versus federal dollars and what they do, if that's the will of the committee.
Yeah, I just feel like that in these discussions, it's always, we're agreeing but really not understanding. And then to President McGinnis's comment about the surveyors, does money fix that problem, or there are other inhibitors? You could throw all the money in the world at surveyors, but until the requirements for them to be qualified as a surveyor need to be fixed first. I don't know if that's a good example.
I think by, in this case, the actions that are taken are going to strengthen that relationship, Dr. Merritt, with the Surveying and Engineering Board, so that we can better connect the colleges to the issues that that field is facing, and do a better job of beginning to meet the demand. There are adjustments that may need to be happening on both sides, on their end and on ours, and this creates the opportunity to conduct that.
Sorry for slowing you down a little bit.
I know, you're making me sweat with this time budget thing. I got 15 minutes. All right, thank you, Dr. Van Dyke. All right. Are we good? Okay. I got to vote on 12? Okay. Is there a motion to approve attachment FC 12, allocation for Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC 13, construction and property. Ms. Dorman, you are up.
Good afternoon. Today on the construction and property agenda, we have a total of 23 items. 15 are new projects. Under the new projects, College of Albemarle has sent us 4 new projects. About a year ago, they got a new capital projects coordinator and a new CFO. So they made sure they went through all of their training, recommended and required, before they submitted any projects. So this is milestone for them. We have 5 amended projects, 1 closeout project, and 2 property acquisitions. Does anybody have any questions?
All these projects.
In total? We don't do a grand total. It's a lot. We just vet to make sure that they do everything that they're supposed to do in order to complete the project successfully and follow all the rules and regulations. Yeah, the ones that you're bound to get behind schedule on are the ones that have to order equipment from overseas and stuff like that. There's always going to be scheduling problems with those.
Thank you, Ms. Dorman. Is there a motion to approve attachment FC 13, construction and property? Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Attachment FC 14, capital project threshold changes. There were some changes acted through the most recent session law regarding our capital projects, and we're still waiting on an answer to one potential change, but I think Ms. Dorman, are you up again to run through the impacts to the system, just kind of globally regarding this legislation?
Yes, we had a meeting with state construction last week, and I don't think there will be any impact to the state board on it. The $1.5 million change was only for design contracts. It just means they don't have to go through the qualification-based selection for projects estimated to be 1.5 million. It did not impact the construction contracts. They still have to go through formal construction bids for that. So it just kind of makes an informal design bid and a formal construction bid, but it's still considered a formal contract or a formal construction project. So I don't think anything else impacts the state board.
Okay, so at this point, it doesn't increase what comes to the state board in terms of the threshold?
No. And the only colleges that impacts are the ones that do not currently hold any special delegated authority.
Okay.
Which is 27 small colleges.
Okay. Okay, does that make,
Lisa,
yes, sir.
question.
Yes.
So one of the, I want to share, almost consistently in all of the colleges I've been to, the feedback I've gotten on just capital improvements is that the process takes so long that they're seeing significant increases in the cost to finish the projects because of that delay. So are there published SLAs from the state for approvals, et cetera, so that the colleges aren't waiting and we aren't paying extra when we really shouldn't?
Well, this year's budget had a couple of things that are probably going to help that. When they dissolved the hub office, there are hub guidelines that required 14 days in advance for minority participation guidelines that bids had to be out 14 days just for that. So that's going to be cut out. On top of that, the state construction office has cut their review timelines down, so that will help with that also. So, and without having to do the qualifications-based selection for the designers up to $1.5 million projects, that'll help.
So does the state have, the construction office have a defined SLA that the colleges can hold them to, or?
Yes, that came out a couple of,
Yes, there are days they put out for how long with different processes, or different steps in the process, how long that will take. And they did recently decrease some of those days. There's also certain pieces of the process that can be combined depending on the size of the project, and some of those to assist in speeding up the projects. There's still some room for improvement with things. We've had some initial discussions about what we may look at in future legislative sessions to kind of work together with other community college president association, business officers, et cetera, to look at what changes could help with that process.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ottman. Thanks for the feedback, Mr. Ottman. Any other feedback? Any other questions regarding that item? Attachment FC 15, System Office Contracts Report as of June 30th. This is a report that this committee and board receives every 6 months regarding contracts executed under the President's delegated authority as authorized by this board. So you see attached to the item the 39 contracts totaling just over $722,000. Are there any questions regarding this item? These are system office contracts. All right, attachment FC 16, delegated college allocations report. This is a similar report as FC 15, but these are allocations to colleges. So again, this is a report generated every 6 months and presented to the board. So this is the President's delegated authority. And there's only one contract. Any questions? All right, attachment FC 17, grants update. I have Dr. Gold and Dr. Butler.
Ms. Eastup, I'll take the first piece of it if
Okay.
that's okay. So including in your packet is the grants update that is a similar format to what we provided during the last quarter. You'll see just kind of a first piece of a snapshot here. 2 grants that we are still watching to see what takes place at the federal level. One is the Perkins grant, and the other is the AFLA grants that we've been talking about, the Title II. Depending on which committee or whether that's the president's recommended budget, there are different levels of funding that you'll see with these particular grants. So we do continue to watch that as that goes forward. But included on the next page are active grants that you'll see. Many of these are these are the ones that you saw during the last report of this. We do have a couple that ended in the past 6 months. One of those being the Apprenticeship Building America's grant, the ABA grant. And we've had some previous discussions on that particular grant ending. We've got a number of other smaller grants that are coming up, and then you see the larger ones that have some of the funding we've approved or we talked about during this meeting. We also tried to provide some framework for how critical the grant is to our operations, the potential for renewal of those grants, and then the risk of what takes place if there's a disruption in those grants. Dr. Butler was going to walk through our grants pipeline and some of the new opportunities that we've got currently.
Well, before we move on, does anyone have any questions about this active grants page? Yes, sir.
Philip, is it based on the state fiscal year, the federal government fiscal year, or the calendar year? The grants.
So each of the grants can have a slightly different year. You have some that follow the federal fiscal year because of how the federal government awards it. We've got some that are private grants, and for example, Golden Leaf may have a different year than some of the others. There's also like SHIO, where again, it could have a different year. So we tried to put whatever the grant cycle was for this particular grant.
Okay, so I'm looking at, I'm just going to look at the big ones. So there's one NC Department of Public Instruction, 16 million, and there's 4 million remaining. Another one is 16 million, 7 million remaining. Another's 20 million with 7 million remaining. So I can't tell, is that, oh, wait, award dates?
The award dates are
So the 20 million one, I apologize, is through 27. I see. Okay. So how do I know that things are on target or not? Like the 20 million, there's 8 million left to go. It ends September 27. Are we on target with spending all that money, or are we behind? Or, I mean, I don't have any sense. Oh.
So welcome. Hi, I'm back. With the AFLA, which is the 20 million, and the DPI one, which is Perkins, we get that through DPI because they're the sole grantee that we then get money, is we have 27 months from that fiscal year to spend that money. So for like the allocation you just did, the colleges and providers will get that from July 1st of this year to June 30th next year. Then any remaining money you'll see back in the October of that year to carry forward that amount to redistribute that back out. My staff on the team work directly with each providers overseeing their budgets to make sure their line items agree with what they're actually supposed to be doing and that they're on target. And then Dr. Price's team works with my team to make sure that they're pulling down from the correct pot of money to make sure that we use it within that 27 months.
So you're comfortable that everything is going the way it should be going?
Correct.
That they're going to use it?
Correct. We monitor them every day.
And do these large grants, do they occur again when this money runs out, or is that up to new legislation or something at the federal level?
So the WIOA law and the Perkins law are continuing until Congress decides to do with them, but they depends on if they're funded with the appropriations bill for that next year. So we're going in the fiscal season for fiscal year 27 on the federal government, which starts October 1st, which would fund our programs starting in July 1st, 2027 through June 30th, 2028. Okay. I know time math, but that's why it's important we look forward, because we're forward funded on those.
Okay. I'm concerned that the colleges aren't surprised that they were getting funding and then the funding's taken away.
No, this is part of what we keep them up to date with, and that's part of what we really work with them on when we meet with them on those. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And if you all have feedback, as we've said before, with some of these reports that we're providing, if you please provide the feedback, feel free to email either Dr. Price or myself. And, if there's a different format you want to see more detail, then just let us know. All right, moving on to Dr. Butler. Okay. All right, Dr. Butler.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have wonderful news with our new grant pipeline and new opportunities that have come through since we've last met. We have applied for another 46 million in funding from federal sources, 2 of which are highly competitive, and one of which we will receive actually news in the next 90 days on the 3 opportunities that we've applied for. And so hopefully I'll have very good news for you when that arrives. But I do want to emphasize that all of the opportunities listed on this pipeline are opportunities that the system office side has initiated, developed, and applied for, or is actively leading as a lead partner independently of our system foundation. So that is important for you all to understand, that I do work very closely with the foundation to coordinate grants, funding, and projects that they are awarded from their side. But we also have a lot of initiatives coming from our side at the system office. So we've applied for over 46 million, and we have another 25 million plus coming up the pipeline that we are actively preparing for. So very, very pleased with everyone that has worked so hard to get all of these in. It truly is a team effort. And yep, I hope you all are happy with our incredible progress.
Any questions?
So how long have we had this position? 2 years now? Is it that long?
It is just 2 years as of, I believe, yesterday.
So we've got 3 grants and one of them makes up 90% of it. Could you just spend a minute on the relationship that you've got with the organizations? Like, for example, the 40 million with John Loyak
Sure.
and Elizabeth.
Sure.
What role do you play versus the role that John and his team plays?
Sure, that's a great question. So with these grants, I play a variety of roles depending on the grant. So in this particular grant, I help to locate opportunities, share out the opportunities. We have a series of meetings to get the processes going. This particular grant, Elizabeth is the hero for this pay for performance grant, but it depending on which grant it is, I will connect opportunities, have various meetings, assist with narrative writing, editing. There are a lot of coordination that takes place between a variety of people, agencies, departments to pull it all together. It's extreme, lengthy weeks and weeks of communication for narratives, budgets, getting on everybody's calendars. And then ultimately, I hold the logins and connections with the federal agencies. So I am the person that goes through the different checklists for each grant and puts it into each platform, into the logins, and make sure that each person has turned in each part. There can be, anywhere from 10 to 60 different pieces that need to be uploaded per grant, different state, federal documents that need to be signed off by different officials before they can be applied for. So sometimes I take more of a logistical, organizational leadership piece. Other times I'm writing, other times I'm editing, other times I'm consulting. Because especially federal grants as opposed to private grants, federal grants are very niched and it's a very specific knowledge set that is very intimidating to the majority of people across our state to pursue. So I try to guide people in the best ways to be the most competitive possible and to create the best and most successful proposal that we can create. I hope that helps.
So there's 3 grants right now?
There are 3 main ones that we've applied for as of right now. If you scroll down a little bit, please. There are some smaller ones as well that are, one was a smaller one that was awarded. It was 40,000. There's another one that the proposal has been developed for 111,000. I consider that a small grant. And then we have one through Andrew Gardner that we're exploring that has a ceiling of 11 million that we are seeing if we can put together a consortium to apply for this summer.
Okay, I've got other questions, but I'll hold them for Brian Merritt later.
Okay.
Dr. Butler, when will you know about the $40 million grant?
We should hear back within the next 90 days, to my understanding. I will see if I can get a more specific turnaround on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the underlying question here is what kind of targets of opportunity are we talking about? A lot of the federal grants are recurring grants subject to annual appropriations, and our grants office, as I understand it, just administratively, Dr. Loyak, others work directly on the adult basic education grants, for example. We have people working directly on the Perkins grants. That's not a matter of generating an application. It's a matter of simply being being there for an annual allocation. And of course, generally advocating that these programs be funded year to year. I think the real question I've had, and a lot of us had all along, is what kind of slack is there in that system in terms of targets of opportunity that we need to pursue? I do think that's become a more uncertain scene under current political circumstances. There's just a lot of the things that are out there aren't out there anymore. But there's, as you can see from this list, there are opportunities, and they're kind of well hidden sometimes. So I think it pays to have somebody scouring those lists and seeing what we can possibly apply for. That leads me to a question. A lot of grants still go to individual schools rather than to the state system. And one of the ideas was also to have consultation available to individual schools, especially the schools that can more successfully pursue these grants. What kind of consultation is needed, and what kind of consultation have we offered, and what difference has that made? Can you generalize about that?
Yes. Regarding the smaller schools, that's one of the things that keeps me busy. I get a lot of phone calls and emails to help consulting the smaller schools, but also the larger schools, if I'm honest, in their pursuits of grants. And one of the things that is so time consuming about competitive grants, because I'm focused on competitive federal and competitive private grants for my section. So this is excluding other previous grants that were referred to by Dr. Price and his team, such as the AFLA and different allocated funding. I'm focused more on competitive, like the first couple of grants that I mentioned in my pipeline. With regarding the competitive funding throughout the state, that's one of the most important aspects of my role, in my opinion, is that we have such a strong communication going through the colleges, through my role, because that way we can strategize together and decide which way is most advantageous for us to apply to have the best possible opportunity of bringing funds to the system. So if it makes more sense for the system office to pull 6 colleges together and apply as a system, then that's the route we take. If it's more competitive and appropriate for a college to go and apply directly without us, then that's how we support them to pull in those funds, even if we're a partner and not the actual fiscal recipient at that time. So that's one of the benefits of my role. And I also do that with the foundation. When the foundation and I are interested in similar grants, we strategize and see how we can work together. If it makes more sense for the foundation to apply for it because of funder preference, then that's the route we take.
Well, it'd be nice to have be nice to get a fix on that once in a while. Of course, we can't do a comprehensive survey of 58 schools, but just speaking for myself, I'd like to see once in a while, I'd like to see what Wake Tech's list comparable to this looks like. And I'd like to see what one of the smaller schools list looks like. And I think it would help just for our information to have maybe a spot check now and then. And of course, relate that to the work the system office is doing and the kind of differences it has made to be consulting on these efforts. So I don't know. That may be a big ask, but I think we have a kind of dearth of. I just don't have a good concept of how this list would compare with, say, what one of the larger individual schools would have going at a given moment.
Well, Congressman, I first want to thank you for being so much more eloquent than me and asking these questions. But you've got the experience. But this grant hunter, I'll call it, was something we invested in 2 years ago. And the question is, I'm not sure how the process has changed and who's doing all the heavy lifting. And I know when I used to see charts like this and you had 43 million and 40 was in one bucket, you never count on the 40, you count on what's underneath there, because usually the big ones, very low odds, very, very hard to win. So the actual bucket is the smaller numbers. So I think since we've invested in this concept, we need a comeback at the next meeting to explain, has the way it's organized today been effective? And if not, what changes need to occur? Because I think this says that we have a lot in one bucket, but it's not broad and it's not deep. And I think that, again, your questions, Congressman, were, again, right on. And I know you're passionate about this because this was your life, a lot of it.
Well, I'm very sympathetic with any grant prospecting these days because it's really tough. Let's just stipulate that. It's really become a very difficult, uncertain environment. So I think we all realize that. So we're not looking for miracles. We just want an honest accounting of what's possible. And I do think you need to add this dimension of the work that's going on with the individual schools and how they're doing.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we want an update next month on the grants. Okay.
Yep.
And the direction that we're planning.
Organizationally, how they're managed, because again, we invested in it, what's been the return and what should we do differently? Because, and are we getting our fair share?
Okay. So Dr. Gold, did you?
And are there compares, Lisa? Be good to see compares to other states on all these major grants. How are we doing? Are we competitive?
Okay. Right. What's the what?
Well, a lot of money is potentially out there, but it is really a tough environment right now. Yeah.
So you want an overall kind of analysis of the market, analysis of maybe what other states are doing, and then kind of where we are. Okay. Okay. Roles and responsibilities here, and then an update on these grants as well. We would like an update, especially of the 40 million.
It would be
Okay.
good to see odds on this stuff. I don't know if we can do that, but on a $40 million grant, I would guess, it's probably 10% odds. Maybe someone has a better view.
Right.
Some of the small ones, it's probably 60%.
Right.
So
Okay.
Our expectations are set very high when you see 43 million, but when 40 is super high risk or going to be a tough one, it says the pipe isn't that big.
Right. Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. We will very quickly look at our system office budget update. Dr. Price?
So very quickly, this is again estimated as the fiscal year just closed, so we are doing some cleanup there. You'll see out of our state budget, 92% of the total was spent this past year. We do have our current estimate right now for what we're requesting for carry forward provisions is about 1.3 million from the system office budget. So again, that will take up a good chunk of that of those funds that are remaining. There are a number of funds within there that are what we, from a college side, we would have called categorical funds, where they were for a specific purpose, and so you could only spend them on that specific purpose. So there is some of that in it. The other funds and the federal funds, again, you can see where we are, but as Mr. Lang pointed out before, some of these grants don't tie nicely with a fiscal year end that we have. So the percent spent and things like that don't track quite as easily on our chart. Be glad to try and answer any questions on it. I'd be glad to sit down at any time to walk through anything with our budget.
Dr. Price, just a quick question. Are there guidelines or restrictions as to what operating dollars can be carried forward? If they can be carried forward, are they added on to the new budget funding for the upcoming year or the current year, I guess now?
So there are certain requirements for carry forward provisions. And I'm not going to get on me because I don't have all these memorized exactly, but There are those that are allowed by state law or that were put into the budget provision where they say you have these funds for the next 2 years, something like that. There are ones in which you have a contract and have ordered something and it hasn't come in yet. You can request carry forward for that. There's also ones that deal with unearned funds that you have. And I cannot remember the fourth one, but there's typically 4 reasons why you can, where you have carry forward availability. A lot of times where our carry forward ones come in are things like the state board reserve funds, where they may be multi-year projects. And we are able to show we're making progress towards this and we get the second year to carry that forward. So from the system office, those are the main things we have.
Any other questions?
I just add one thing.
Yes, sir.
If you would include Congressman Price before it gets to the board meeting, so his input is included in whatever thoughts and recommendations come to the next board meeting
For the grant?
for the grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's anything that you want included, do you mind emailing those? So we can make sure that it's as. Sure. All right, FC 19, Alex, do you mind just giving like a 2-minute, legislative update, and then we'll share a more thorough legislative update tomorrow in the meeting. 2 minutes on the clock.
Happy to, yeah, and I'll go into more detail tomorrow. Great news, we have a state budget. Even better news, it's really, really, really strong for our system. Probably one of the best agency outcomes in the budget, in my opinion. I know I'm a little biased, but if you go look at it, extremely good. So just thank everybody for their support. I hope you saw our correspondences that we sent out, and also the executive summary in your board packet, along with the budget tracking sheet that has a lot more detail item by item in that tracking sheet. Hit about everything on our legislative agenda in some capacity. And like I said, happy to go into more detail tomorrow in front of the full board, because I know we're 20 minutes over or 15 minutes over. I'll do this tomorrow, but I'll thank Deanna if you want to stand up. Been a year and a half. I just told her it feels like it's been 10 years. So I've only been here 5.5, I think, or maybe 6 at this point. Just great work. I mean, tandem team couldn't do it without you. Philip. I mentioned this before, Philip and Bill, hundreds of hours before it on Propel and C over the past 3 years. Dr. McGinnis, I was going back looking at my calendar. I believe it was August 7th, 2024. We had Fiscal Research come down to your campus, spend all day with us. They could not be here today, but I tried to get them here. They've spent hundreds of hours as well. They're the ones that help communicate with the General Assembly. So Steve and Maya, if you're listening, thank you for everything. So, but like I said, I can go into more detail tomorrow, but just appreciate everything, and great news and momentum for the system, in my opinion.
You, Alex. All right, last but not least, attachment FC 20 year-end estimated receipts. Dr. Price.
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. We're, again, still working on these as we finalize the fiscal year end. We are showing we overcollected tuition again this past fiscal year. I will say that the June numbers, we're still digging into those, as June was higher than we anticipated in collections. And so we're trying to determine the root cause of that. There was a change in legislation this year with the budget. In the past, these funds would stay with us until about February, March, when we have fall enrollment numbers from colleges, and it had been awarded based on colleges that grew by more than 5%. General Assembly approved a special allocate or a non-recurring allocation for that purpose. These funds then are allowed to be distributed. I think the way the legislation reads is by a method approved by the state board. Previously, what we had discussed as part of Propel NC was that they be return to college is based on the percentage in which the colleges earn those funds, or to which the funds came in. So if a college contributed 5% to the pot, they got 5% of the funds back. That will allow us, if we use that method, as we previously have indicated, that would allow us to do this redistribution much earlier. We can look at doing that here early in the fall semester. Colleges have that there to help with any enrollment growth, any things they have going on during the fiscal year. So it gets the funds to them much quicker. Be glad to answer any questions on this item.
All right. Is there any new business to be brought before this committee? Please say no. All right. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. All right. Is there a second? All right. All those in favor say aye. All right. We are adjourned. Don't go far. All you governance people, we are right back up, and we'll give you like a 3-minute break. All right. Thanks. Gotcha. To order. It is, what time is it? 1:24. Ms. Davis, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Lisa Eastep,
Here.
State Treasurer Brad Briner, Mr. Eric Nesbitt, Miss Stacy Griffin, Mr. Jeffrey Lang, Mr. Tom Looney, Mr. Chris Lumsden, Dr. Dale McGinnis, the Honorable David Price, Miss Sarah West. We have a quorum.
Right, thank you. You have before you the agenda. Oh, sorry, I checked that off already. I'm sorry. Ms. Carpenter, would you please read the Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest reminder?
Absolutely. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is a duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before us today? If so, please identify that conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Noting none.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. You have the agenda before you. Are there any changes to note? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve said agenda. Thank you. Dr. McGinnis, is there a second? Thank you, Stacy. There's a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. You hopefully have had a chance to review the minutes from May 14th of 2026. Any changes, deletions to note? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Lumsden. Second? There. Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. There are 10 items for future action to review. This committee will review each item and then take a collective action at the end of SBPG 10 to move all items to future action or from future action to for action, then vote again to approve those items. Are there any concerns with this or discussion? All right, moving on to attachment SBPG 01. Proposed waiver of 1G State Board Code 200.93B12 and C1, reporting of student hours and membership for curriculum classes. So some background, in January 2025, this board allocated $20,000 to Wilkes to support an alignment project that evaluates competency-based education. Due to the success of the alignment project, the system office is proposing a competency-based education pilot for participating college. Just to note, there is a for information item, program 6 on this. Yes, sir, Dr. McGinnis.
I do have a question on this. So in light of, and this may be a Dr. Merrick question, in light of Propel passing, will we be considering extending this classification beyond what we had called curriculum classes to include other classes now that we're organizing around workforce sectors and looking at a different way and a different business model?
It's a great question, and I think Dr. Kamen has, were you going to bring him up to explain the full pilot or, but
yeah,
I'll answer the question, and then I think you're going to hear a more lengthy description of it. But the answer is yes. I think that, competency-based education programs, it's not just curriculum, not just Con Ed now, it's courses, of course, in our new funding model, our new business model. So, I think that especially when it's a course that's included in an undergraduate program, there are some accreditation requirements that you'll hear, Dr. Kamen talk about. But I think that right now, what you're going to hear from, this model does not fit exactly into the way we're funded, just the traditional butts and seats model now, how FTE is generated. So what is intended here is for us to be able to waive this for, participating schools, learn how we could adapt our policy to fit this into, the new business model, regardless of what type of course it is. So, yes.
Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. I thought maybe there would be questions regarding this pilot. So I had asked for Dr. Kamen and Dr. Mike Roger, who's the president of Wilkes Community College, to just speak about this pilot and just about, kind of where we're going with it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm here today to request your approval of waiver rule 1G SBCC 200.93 subsections B1, B2, and C1. The rule governing how student hours in membership are reported for curriculum classes. The waiver would allow a small number of colleges to pilot a competency-based education or CBE program. Competency-based education measures student progress by demonstrating mastery of clearly defined competencies rather than their time in the seat. It's a model that's been adopted nationally, particularly to serve adult students and others who need flexibility because of work, family, or other responsibilities. This approach is directly aligned with our own strategic plan, specifically Strategy 4.2.3, which calls on us to support colleges piloting competency-based pathways so students can accelerate from education into employment. Wilkes Community College, as mentioned, has already been doing the groundwork. With State Board Reserve funds awarded in January of 2025, Wilkes has partnered with national experts through the Competency-Based Education Network, CBEN, to design and prepare CBE certificate programs, along with the student support structures to back them up. Dr. Mike Rogers, president of Wilkes, will speak after me to tell you just a little bit more about what they've done on their campus. Because CBE doesn't fit neatly into our traditional seat time reporting model, the waiver gives participating colleges temporary flexibility in how they report student hours. Other administrative changes to deliver the coursework and support students will occur locally. Funding will continue at FTE levels since students will still be enrolled in semester-based courses. This is a limited time-bound pilot. The waiver would run through August 15th, 2027 for selected colleges only. Any college that wants to participate must apply, showing an implementation plan, evidence of any required accreditor approvals, and a commitment to fully participate in data collection and evaluation. Throughout the pilot, the system will be collecting data, both qualitative and quantitative, along with institutional feedback, operational challenges, and lessons learned. The evidence is meant to answer 3 questions. Do we need to permanently change any state board code or add to it? What guidance and resources do colleges need to implement CBE successfully? And how can the system office provide support for colleges who want to implement CBE? By the end of the pilot, our aim is a practical implementation playbook covering policy, data collection, student support, reporting, and technology needs that the system office and colleges can use moving forward. This roadmap will allow us to expand flexible, high-quality options for adult learners, working professionals, and other students whose needs aren't always well served by traditional models. Happy to answer any questions, and I invite Dr. Rogers up.
Thank you, sir. Before we get started, I want to thank also, because none of our work is done in a vacuum, I want to thank Dr. Sorrells, who's here today, and his team, because we both work with the Competency-Based Education Network to ensure that what we were doing was done properly through a format that the Competency-Based Education Network looks at, but also that we were ready to move forward if this was approved. So, you know, as you look at potentially modernizing education by or through competency-based education and uncoupling the funding from traditional seat time models, it allows the students to come in and master skills or advance based on skill mastery. What we have done is developed right now IT coursework and welding coursework that has been directly aligned with regional workforce training needs. And because of that, you may have a student that comes in and what I call STAR, Skilled by Alternative Resources, they may already have mastered some of these competencies. So they may move quicker in the lab-based format or in the assessments. So as they move quicker through these assessments, they can move on to the next assessment. And potentially, they may complete early. They may be able to complete early, go into the workforce early, or they may be able to complete early to continue advancing their skills with us. When you have a student, adult student especially in our area, when you have 70+ plus% of our students on some form of financial aid. And you look at our adult population, in the high 70% of our students that have to work, we have to be fluid. We have to be fluid when flexible is sometimes too rigid. And competency-based education allows us to do that through an open lab concept. But what we're asking today is an approval of this waiver so we are not penalized for modernization if the student comes for, say, 14 weeks versus 16 weeks. So it allows us to decouple that time and seat and focus truly what we're here for, advancing the knowledge and skills of that student to be successful. So not only does it drive economic development, but continuing to develop competency-based education courses will allow us to increase the access for the adult students. So I'll stop there. Don't want to take up a lot of your time unless you have questions.
Are there any questions? Mr. Lang?
But first, I think it's an outstanding idea and process that you're doing. Who makes the decision? Is it the faculty member, the teacher that looks at the student and says, this person is super qualified, they don't need 16 weeks, they can get by with 8 or whatever? Or is there, do they have to take a test? Like how do they determine it? And I'm thinking more a consistency.
So as we move through this, we will be developing more prior learning assessments. We call them PLAs. Whereas a student through the advising process, we are asking questions very similar to an intrusive advising process where we're asking certain questions. We can also be evaluating certain portfolios to make sure that the student starts where their skill level is truly at and moves forward. But you may have that student that can start in the beginning or has to start in the beginning, and there's certain skill sets that they have in the middle that they can bypass quickly. So we're doing that on a intrusive advising basis, but as the prior learning assessments are completed on that student, the majority of those will be completed with the faculty member. That is the subject matter expert, as we call it, our SME. You're welcome.
Bill?
So is this a first of a kind?
No, sir. Competency-based education has been around since the 60s and 70s. It was started on the workforce side and mainly around business administration to move students through into the workforce faster. It has now started to come back around probably in the past 10 years because of the need to increase access and supply the workforce pipeline quicker.
Do any other, you're the first college wanting to start this up. So, I mean, where do you fit in? What's different that you're doing that's not already been doing, I guess, maybe?
Well, it is my understanding that there are other colleges that want to come on to do this. One I talked to just yesterday, and he gave me the okay to say the name of the college is McDowell Tech. But this is something that the system looked at. Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, back in 18, 19, somewhere in there. But it was 2018, 2019.
Is Mark that old?
But I think there was
Mike, I knew what you meant. Don't pay any attention to them.
I'm with you. Around 2018, 2019, but the could have been 1800s, but I don't think the funding model was there. Some of them felt like they were going to get penalized, and I won't call any names on the ones that told me that. So.
Yes, sir.
What is the time frame for colleges to apply for the pilot?
That's outside of, that's a question for you.
That's me. Pending approval, the application will open and the chief academic officers and presidents will be notified that that's been available. Schools can apply at any time during the 1 year, but they must have completed at least one cycle by the time the pilot is over. So they must have graduated at least one cohort of the group to go through it so that we have the end data that we need to assess validity. I don't know what that word is. Validity. I got it right. Yay.
Dr. McGinnis?
This question's for Dr. Sorrells. If you don't mind, Dr. Sorrells, I know you've been working on this at Fayetteville Tech for some time. Doesn't this also align with our work with our military partners as well?
It very much does. We've had credit for prior learning for a number of years, and one of the things that we see is a lot of military in a number of areas. At Fort Bragg, they come out with technology work, but not certifications or not coursework. Aviation, they come out with the skills, but they need to pass an exam to get their Part 147 certification. And they can come in and demonstrate their mastery and not have to start at the beginning, but be able to take those components that they need in order to complete the sequence or the certification degree and be able to move forward.
I think that's one thing that Grant Campbell used to talk about when he was on this board, because the medics, et cetera, would come back and they'd spend years in the field doing grunt work, and then they have to sit down and take a test like they don't know what they're doing. So I'm for it.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you both very much for your time. And Dr. Roger, thank you very much for making the effort to come here. And Dr. Sorrells, thank you, considering your age from 1819 to make it here. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Again, just to emphasize, this waiver will run through August 2027. And just as a matter of note, we in SPPG 02, we are also going to be talking about student hours, and those will have, this will have no effect on the proposed waiver, or that will have no effect on the proposed waiver. Are there any other questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve attachment SBPG 01. Thank you, Ms. West. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Lemson. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Oh, sorry. I forgot. We were taking them all at the end. So I guess we'll take 02 through the rest. All right. Background for SBPG 02 through 04. The CIO user group, along with member Ottman, provided the following amendments to allow for electronic signatures. So thank you, member Ottman, for bringing this forward. The change in the code should encourage colleges to revise their local policies to allow for electronic signatures. Attachment SBPG 02, proposed amendment of 1G of State Board Code 200.93, reporting of student hours and membership for curriculum classes. Changes include adding language that the signatures required to verify attendance records can be either a physical or electronic signature. Any questions regarding this one? All right, moving on to attachment SBPG 03, proposed amendment of 1G of State Board Code 200.94, reporting of student hours and membership for continuing education course sections. Same as the previous amendment, this is adding language that a signature to verify attendance records can either be a physical or electronic signature. Questions? Attachment SBPG 04, proposed amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.5, curriculum instructional contract provisions. Similar to the previous amendments, this allows for either physical or electronic signatures for curriculum contracts with public or private organizations, and it allows for the required certification statement with proprietary or private nonprofits to be signed physically or electronically. Questions? Moving on to attachment SBPG 05, proposed amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.6, curriculum program approvals and terminations. These amendments include priority updates that streamline processes for colleges and modernize degree competencies. They also include technical edits that provide clarity and consistency. And you can, I think we have the changes there. Any questions? All right, attachment SBPG 06. This is in response to prior year session law, the state board was required to adopt a policy regarding the evaluation of technology costs at each college and looking at the long-term cost of technology ownership. So this text follows session law and looks at a requirement that the colleges provide a report on their findings of the evaluation. Mr. Lang, you look puzzled. So this is based off of session law. So the state board was required to adopt a policy, and that this is coming from session law. So the colleges are being asked to look at the long-term cost of technology ownership, including, I think it's depreciation of software. And so that text follows session law. And then this also includes a provision for the colleges to submit a report annually to the state board regarding those costs. No, there was in prior year, in the past, they did have to provide this sort of information, and the reporting requirement was to the compliance auditors. So there is precedent to this with a different reporting requirement. Well, there's a 30-day comment period. So, I would anticipate some comment to this. In some ways, we are being asked by the General Assembly to come up with language. So, yeah. So it'd be interesting to see, how they feel about the language and then where we need to go from there. And also the public comment includes board members.
Could we ask Amanda, how do you feel about that?
Thank you, sir. We really like it when we have an opportunity to talk about some of these changes prior to them hitting your desk. However, having that 30-day comment period allows us an opportunity to regroup and make sure that you know some of our feedback. So we'll take advantage of that and be sure that you know exactly how we feel very clearly.
Do you want a little teaser for us in terms of what we should expect?
Well, and I would say it's similar to what Ms. Estep just said. We're doing these evaluations on campus. We're not making these decisions without being very careful about how we spend our money. And we want to make sure that every dime that we spend is coming back to us in a very effective way, right? So the fact that y'all need some evidence on this end that we're also looking at it, I mean, I don't think anybody minds that. What we don't want is to create an onerous process that then takes away from us doing our work.
So I know you and I spoke. I personally think this does create an onerous process. I think it's very vague. I think there's no definition of technology. What's technology? Is that a coffee maker? Is that a business card scanner? And then, oh, by the way, when we get the data, if we all assume the same methodology around salvage and resale, I mean, there's just a lot here. And when I asked the colleges in my visits, and I even spoke to some of them, they already do this, right? They have a template. And so I am nervous about it being onerous. And then two, if we get the reports, who's going to look at them? What are we going to do with them?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think there was another version of this.
Let me start on that.
Yeah.
There was a different version. We actually, Patrick, myself, Deontay, what we brought forward was a more detailed version with a little bit more, and we were told that we needed to separate the two, right? So I'm not sure I really understand why we couldn't have incorporated both pieces, which I think also tried to clarify some of this.
So what this committee could do is leave this on for future action while it continues to be developed. if that's the will of the committee.
Or somebody could explain why it had to be broken up, because I don't want to waste a lot of time if we're going to do that, we bring it forward and we get told we have to break it apart again anyway.
Well, if it's the board's duty to come up with the policy, then it's the board's duty to decide what the language should be. So I don't know that we have to be told anything. I think it's communication and it's discussion. So if it sounds like the presidents want more discussion, we want more discussion, I think it's perfectly okay for us to say, we want to keep this for future action rather than move it to action. That's my feeling.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's up to the committee.
Yeah. Lisa, do you need Chair Eastep, do you need a motion to?
Well,
make that?
let's see what Dr. McGinnis says.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
Who's the author of this? Who submitted this?
My understanding is there was an initial version that Member Ottman and Mr. Fleming, they submitted it. Then that was pulled. And then this was the substitute.
Substitute provided by whom?
Mr. Fleming.
I was just trying to find out who is the author, who's the source of it.
Yeah. Oh, yep, go ahead. You go.
So as Member Eastep said, this came from the General Assembly. It was, at first blush, it's well-intentioned, trying to understand cost of technology and hardware and total cost of ownership. President Lee's absolutely right. You know this as well. Across the colleges, the CIOs, assistant administrators, a very active discussion and collaboration about what to buy, when to buy it, how much are you paying for it, and then what do we do with it when we're done with it. It's well-intentioned. It does appear onerous to me if we're going to have to report all of that, because what do we do with that? I think this discussion's been very healthy. The challenge is we've been instructed to put this into code, and this is the basics of that.
Yep, and I added the report piece because I know that was part of the process before, and my feeling is if the General Assembly tells us to do something, they generally want to know what we're doing and why, and there's always a reporting component to it. So what also we've asked, or I had asked, and I think Janelle was part of this discussion, was talking to Dr. Price and Finance to see if there's another report that could be this information could be incorporated as part of it. So it wouldn't be a separate report the colleges would then have to do. So the goal was to make sure this was not onerous. But I do feel like this feels incomplete. So I think this deserves more discussion before it goes. It needs to be baked more. Dr. Gold?
So I just want to weigh in really quickly. I think there's been some context here about an item was put forward, an item was pulled off, and I just want to provide you a little bit of background to frame that conversation. One of the things, and I think Dr. Leah alluded to it, well, she did allude to this, is anytime we put forth state board code, we certainly want our presidents and the stakeholders that are going to have to adhere to this code to understand what we're proposing and why, and have a chance to have that conversation. So the previous iteration was pulled because we hadn't had that conversation. I know there have been some meetings with the CIOs and others to talk about this, to talk about what colleges are doing, and I think those conversations are important. The rulemaking process allows us to continue that. The other version that was brought forward also had some governance conversation in it, and I think the content was good, but it needs some more conversation with our partners before we bring that back to you to propose it. The other thing that we often do with state board code is policy. So it's typically high level. And then internally, we also create procedures to go along with that policy to detail how we would actually do this. So what would the report look like? How would that be detailed? So I think the thing that needs further conversation here with the presidents and with our colleges is what would that report look like? What are we already reporting? And how would that process actually play out? And I think the board would probably feel more comfortable if we could bring that back and share that with you as well. and we'd be happy to do that.
So I guess I'd like to recommend that what we send out, if we're going to send out for feedback, we send out the original. Because I don't want to have to go back after, right? So let's send out the original and get the feedback.
But yeah, what's the difference between table?
Can you share with us what the original was, just to give us a better
Well, I
idea?
think first Janelle's gonna explain the two options we have before us with this item. Okay, so let her explain what we can do with this item right now.
Currently, the item that's presented is for future action, so no action is needed right now. So if we are not willing to move it forward, then at the end, when Ms. Estep makes the motion to move all items, she would exclude this item and it will remain for future action, which will provide the state, the system office to get more feedback and then bring it back again. So we can bring it again in the future as another for future action, or it would be for future action because it would be a new adoption to the code. So if it is the intention of the board not to move it forward, then in her motion, Ms. Estep will exclude this one from being moved from for future action to for action. And the next item that will be brought back will have what was presented before or after discussion and feedback.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
What was the language or the directive from the General Assembly that prompted this? All right. What I'm hearing is that we were directed to do something and we're attempting to honor their directive.
The directive is for the State Board of Community Colleges to provide a policy that evaluates, and then the rest of this code is verbatim the text of the statute minus B. So the only additional requirement or change that we made from the statute was that the colleges needed to report it back to us.
Would you send us that language, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Could I ask,
I definitely recognize Mr. Lang at this point.
could you send out to us, Scott, the original, so we could all take a look at it? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so at this point, everyone's comfortable with not moving that one forward. And we'll proceed on, correct? Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fleming. Okay. Background for SBPG 07 through 09. Current year, Session Law 2026-21 became law last month and requires the state board to adopt a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. The proposed adoptions will be added to Chapter B, College Operations, under a new section named Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. The proposed policy aligns with the language in the session law. Printed copies of the session law are available if anyone wishes to see them. So attachment SBPG 07, proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 800.1, purpose. So SBPG 07 lays out the purpose of the DEI policy. This section mirrors the expectation of the session law. Attachment SBPG 08, proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 800.2 are the definitions. This section defines discriminatory practice, divisive concept, and instruction used throughout the subchapter. Attachment SBPG 09, proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 800.3, dignity and non-discrimination. SBPG 09 lays out prohibited practices regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, including endorsing divisive concepts, and maintaining offices named or referred to as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Colleges will be required to certify annually by September 1st to the system office that it complies with this policy. The system office will summarize the certifications and present it to the state board for approval before submitting it to the Joint Legislative Commission on Governmental Operations and the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee by January 15th. Are there any questions regarding these three code sections? Yes, sir.
Sure. Is this language prescribed in the statute? Well, then I guess we don't have much choice. I do think there's a lot that's embedded in that notion of not doing anything that's divisive. That's a very slippery concept. And I think we all of course are opposed to discrimination. We're opposed to treatment, even when we have serious disagreements. We want to promote respectful and honest behavior. At the same time, colleges are places where a lot of debate occurs. Young people are forming their views and sometimes even changing their minds. And I think it's very, very important not to put constraints on that process and to label ideas that may be labeled in some quarters as divisive, but in other quarters they are a cutting edge of what one's conscience requires. So I know we don't have much choice in this matter, but I adopt this with some trepidation.
Thank you. Attachment SBPG 10, proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 600.1, campus free speech. Current year session law also requires the state board to adopt a policy preventing colleges from establishing, maintaining, or otherwise implementing a process for reporting or investigating offensive or unwanted speech that is protected by the First Amendment, including satire or speech labeled as microaggression. This language is taken verbatim from the text of the session law. Are there any questions? I wrote it down too. Okay, if there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to move SBPG 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10 from future action to for action.
Second.
Stacy? Who was the second? Oh, thank you, Dr. McGinnis. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right. Next, I would entertain a motion to approve SBPG 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you, Mr. Lemson. Thank you. Was that Dr. McGinnis again? Oh, sorry. Chair Looney. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
I register an abstention.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Price.
As do I. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West. All right, so this now starts the 30-day comment period. And they will be, I think we said on the September agenda, so they will be on the September agenda. Okay, so we move on to our 4 action items, and if I can remember this time, the committee will review each item and take a collective action at the end of SBPG 16. Some background for SBPG 11 through 15. In May, the committee considered 5 proposed amendments which were posted for the required 30-day public comment period. 1 public comment was received, and we will discuss it in SBPG 15. If the items that received no public comments are approved, they will be effective August 1st. Attachment SBPG 11, amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.1 curriculum definitions. If you recall, these changes include using obsolete course instead of archived course to align with the terminology used in the Common Course Library and at the UNC system, including work-based learning and clinical for contact hours and requiring 60 minutes for each clinical hour. Questions? Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back to the same item that we talked about earlier, I guess direct it to Dr. Merritt. Would we still be using the term curriculum here, or would that be updated to cover all instruction?
I think that begs the question of a larger look at code. You know, code is laid out in curriculum, continuing education. Basic skills right now follows continuing education code. So I think that's going to have to be a larger look long-term for us. But I agree. I think there are going to be some accreditation, Title IV, Perkins grant. There's some things that we really need to look at. But happy to report our team actually met yesterday to start that discussion, to take a look, and kind of all the AVPs in our area met just to begin the discussion in light of the budget. So I hear you, and I think that's something we're already started.
I guess my question is, what does that mean in terms of the wording of this proposed policy?
I think right now this has gone to public comment. We are prepared to still ask for the approval today. I think that I don't think no 15 got feedback. This one did not, right? Yeah. So this is just some clarifying language as our team looked at some of the code items. This one specifically around the clinical hours, 50 minutes versus 60 minutes has been a continued question, and some of the other clarifying items. So we still ask for the approval today, but I think long term, but really here very quickly, we're going to take a look at the rest of code to make sure. I just think it's a larger question. Right now, it's, I've been in the system for 20 years. We think in continuing education, curriculum, basic skills or adult literacy, we think in those buckets. Now is the time to stop thinking that way.
All right, good question, though. You won't have me to kick around up here at that point, though. So be somebody else in charge of governance. Attachment SBPG 12, amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.3, program classification. This changes the four-year college requirement from four-year to baccalaureate granting college to align more with the student experience. Consolidates the language to simplify degree programs into one category with 3 sections: transfer, associates in applied science, associates in degree education. Questions? SBPG 13, amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.4, faculty. In compliance with the new statutes, the new institutional accreditor no longer has to be SACS, COC. This changed to college's institutional accreditor. I think this one was just missed a while back. Attachment SBPG 14, amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.7, instructional service agreements, consistent with previous code changes of instructional service agreements to cooperative curriculum agreements. Removing all requirements for a signature, the new ERP only requires an approval from the president. Any questions so far? All right, moving on to SBPG 15, review of public comments for proposed amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.8, courses for curriculum programs. The original proposed amendment included SBPG removes supplemental courses since the courses are now classified as developmental courses, changes 3 years to 5 years before a course may be marked obsolete, and clarifies the standards language whether a curriculum course may receive a transfer designation. The proposed amendment received, received 1 public comment. In light of the comment, the following substantive changes were made, included assign an obsolete status to clarify the original proposed revision. That is on page 5. Are we on page 5? Pardon? Is it not in the packet? On page 3? Oh, it's not. There it is. Go back. Go back. Right there. Yep, right there. Right there in the yellow. It says assign an obsolete status to clarify the original proposed revision. Separate the general education and universal general education transfer component, or UGETSI designations. Replaced the word rigor with outcomes. I had written page 6, but there it is. Yeah, same page. If these substantive changes are approved, this item will require an additional 5 days for public comments. And this would then go on the August agenda. Are there any questions or comments regarding these changes? Yes, sir.
So one person made a comment and you put these into this.
I did not.
Oh.
Lisa Eads and Dr. Merritt's team did.
Okay. So help me, and is it everything in yellow that was changed?
Dr. Eads?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for the question. So we did get one comment from a college, but the comment was really good with asking for clarifying language. So we met internally to tweak the language that we had originally to address the public comment and add the clarification that they were requesting. So that's what you see highlighted here. And because we did change quite a bit of language, that is why it would require 5 days for additional public comment.
Okay. So was it a person in the, I don't know, the public that made the request, or?
It was from a college. It was from a college, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question.
But anyone can actually make a comment. So, and what they do is they review it to decide whether or not it's substantive, non-substantive, whether or not it actually adds value, so it goes through the process no matter who makes it. Okay, attachment SBPG 16, transferring community college vehicle title. So this request is in response to an issue colleges are facing regarding the title of college vehicles. So community college vehicles can be paid with either state or local funds. So if they're paid with local funds, the local college should be named on the vehicle title. Makes sense, right? If they're paid with state funds, the state board should be named on the vehicle title. For some reason, the DMV gets really confused by this. And the DMV always names the state board on the title for the vehicle. So even if they're purchased with local funds. So to correct the title, the board must sign a power of attorney form allowing the college president to change the name on the title. So for efficiency, the state board is being asked to delegate their authority to allow the system office chief financial officer to sign the power of attorney form on the board's behalf. So does everyone understand what I just said? So if we see Dr. Price driving in a different car every day, we know there's a problem with this. All right. Is everyone okay? Does anyone have any questions? We're just trying to get these cars titled in the right way. Okay. So if there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to approve SBPG 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Lang. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. New business, the only bit of new business, and this is a moment of personal privilege. I do want to take a moment to recognize Chaz Beasley. I know you all received the information about him resigning. This is not on our agenda, but I do want to recognize his service to this board. I enjoyed very much having him as a member of this board. I enjoyed getting to know him. I'm sorry he's leaving. He's had a lot of demands on his time, but he did this job in particular with a lot of flair and with some eloquence that I think will be hard to match. So I just wanted to take a moment of personal privilege to tell him thank you, and we will miss him. So, yep. So if there's nothing else to be brought before, what? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. So what I sent forward were a bunch of code changes. It doesn't look like they all made it. So can somebody just help me with the process? Because when I look at the request, these are pretty simple, right? So I just don't understand why it takes so long.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The code items that were not included in this month's packet were actually for the state proprietary school board. So that is their section. So I have worked with the Office of Proprietary Schools who have to present it to their board to approve before it's brought to us. So I've already started that process and you should see it in the upcoming months, but they only meet 4 times a year. So we'll it's on their agenda and they will be approving it, and then it will be coming to this board for us to change the code. Absolutely.
I like their meeting schedule. Okay. Yep. Anything else? All right. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you, sir. Is there a second? Thank you, sir. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
to order. Thank you. Mr. Fleming, please call the roll.
Mr. Scott Ottman,
Here.
Mr. Robert Moore,
Here.
State Treasurer Brad Briner or Mr. Eric Nesbitt, Miss Lisa Eastep,
Here.
Labor Commissioner Luke Farley or Chris Bullard, Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt or Miss Megan Quick, Mr. Jeffrey Lang, Mr. Tom Looney,
Oh,
Miss Dr. Dale McGinnis, Miss Stephanie Pano. Nice to meet you. The Honorable Sam Searcy.
Here.
Sir, we have a quorum.
thank you. Mr. Fleming, can you please read the ethics statement?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of this committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Hearing none, sir, all yours.
Okay, thank you. All right. Approval of the minutes. The minutes have been presented in the board packet. Are there any changes or questions from the May 14th Transformation Committee minutes?
Move they be approved.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Approved. You've heard the motion. All right, we already did that one. Okay. Approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Can I have a second? You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so I've got one item for information, but before I go into that, I want to thank Carol Spalding and the Rowan Cabarrus campus for hosting the CIOA meeting, which I attended along with Patrick, Aleutian, and Deontay. I also want to thank Ken Engel, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but Ken had hosted the 5 CIOs from the pilot colleges, as well as Ryan from Wake Tech and Rick from Central Piedmont, where we spent a day and a half talking about data governance, data strategy, as well as spent a bunch of time with Michael Wolf, the product owner for Aleutian. So I'll go a little bit more detail in a minute. And lastly, I want to thank the IPS Association, because Patrick, myself, Deontay, and Aleutian were at IPS on Monday, and actually were part of the keynote as well as a demo to that group. And after meeting with that team, I was excited to be there and excited to communicate to that group of users, which is nice. And I'll get into a bit more of that in a minute. So now let me move into the for information, and it really is an update on the modernization. So you remember we've got the 4 system apps, and I know I'm going to use acronyms here, but I've sent out the legends, so I hope I can get away with that, right? But CBAS, Dr. Price and his team have done a phenomenal job. CBAS is now live. We are waiting for the roll from year to year and the new banner solution. And for all intents and purposes, CBAS will be live and deployed at the system office level. We are working right now with the team to figure out how we sunset and what we need to do before sunsetting the existing legacy CBAS. So that's a great milestone. I want to thank Dr. Price and his team, as well as Patrick and their team, for getting us to that point. Let me talk about Common Course Library. I think that's the one that, I think I told you a few months ago was the one that had the furthest to go. The good news is I'm told courses are just about complete testing wise. Programs are open, but Brian Merritt, Dr. Eads and the team have been heads down, and they are still optimistic that we are going to make the schedule that we've committed in order to deploy the Common Course Library in time for the academic calendar and the calendar that the colleges go by. So that's great news. Dr. Merritt and team just keep pedal to the metal. Okay. Data warehouse. Data warehouse is in production as we speak. They're doing parallel testing, UAT testing. We are having some challenges. We met with Aleutian yesterday in our weekly meeting. Dr. Schneider and the team are going to come up with the rubric and the list of defects. And then we're just going to have to crawl through those and figure out if there's any real risk to the system, to the colleges, and maybe in some cases even make a call to go live, but we'll bring that forward down the road. But I do want to thank Dr. Schneider and their team because they've been working extremely hard, and we're close. We're close. Lastly, the customized training, there's really not a lot to talk about because that's been deployed for some time. I do want to extend, as I do every month, every board meeting, help or at least support and thanks to not only the system office team, but Dr. Price, Dr. Merritt, Dr. Schneider, and as important are the 5 colleges and the 5 CIOs, because that work on the banner pilot continues to go on, and we're getting extremely close as far as that pilot. We are actually working, Patrick, myself, Aleutian, and Deontay, for a deployment plan that we will come back with, which will talk about how we're actually going to deploy the pilot when it's ready after the 4 system maps have been deployed. I did mention that it's been a very busy couple months. Like I said, we spent a day and a half in Alamance. Thank you to Dr. Ken Engel. The CIOs, as well as the 2 from Central Piedmont and Wake Tech, really had a one-on-one roundtable discussion with Mike Wolf from Aleutian, and I believe came away feeling much better about the solution. They were able to ask very direct questions and get direct feedback and answers from the vendor providing the solution. So I think that was a great day and a half. We're working right now with Aleutian. They're going to deploy what some of you saw, which was the Aleutian Student, their agentic AI platform. They're going to deploy that into the 5 banner pilot instances. So the pilot colleges will actually be able to start kicking the tires on that agentic AI layer. I talked about the go forward plan for the pilot and the support we're going to need not only from the system office, the school, the colleges, as well as Aleutian. So we'll come back with that plan. And then I said we talked about the sunset plan because we're getting so close with the system apps. We are talking about how we're going to sunset those legacy applications. So that is really the transformation update. So I will open it up for any questions before I move on. Questions? Chairman?
I came in a few minutes late, but you were at a conference this week
Yes.
that I was not aware of, and I talked to a number of board members who weren't aware that conference ever occurred either. Could you talk about that conference and anything you learned and what we need to know about it going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I was actually invited by one of the CIOs. I was not aware of what IPS was. I found it actually on the state website. They actually have 3 conferences a year. The summer conference actually expands into more of the users, the actual staff, faculty, and staff that actually use the tools. So in that room, we had, I guess, a couple hundred folks from the 58, and they were all different types of users. So for us, we thought it was a great opportunity to talk about the modernization, transformation, and then we actually had Aleutian do an agentic AI or Aleutian student demo, as well as, the Aleutian experience demo that you guys have, some of you have seen from Jacob at Aleutian. So I think it's a great event. The only feedback I'd give, Chairman, is I think we do need to do a better job of coordinating these opportunities as a system, as a board, so that we can take advantage of these events, right? But again, it was 200, kind of end users, and that's really the target audience that we have to start getting to with what we're trying to do. And in my opening line was, that's the group that's going to help us get it done. And that's why getting out there and working with those folks is so important.
Is there any plan to have a demo of Aleutian student for the board?
Sure we can.
Because I know a lot of people have seen it now. I would maybe ask that maybe we take part of the executive committee in the morning on one of the future meetings, and then maybe have a few, Ken Engel and maybe some of the other CIOs come in along with Aleutian, because I think it's important that they see and they hear direct feedback of how student is going to help change that student experience.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And then lastly, I know we've got to get with you, but I think we're going to talk tomorrow. Chrissy and I, Amy, we've been working on the student advisory group that you've been gracious enough with your gift to stand up. So we've got those names identified. Those names came from the 5 pilot colleges, as well as Wake Tech and Central Piedmont. Okay. Okay, is there any new business? I'm sorry. And yes, for SGA, I'm so sorry.
Do you have any visual charts that you've prepared that would show us, the different solutions that you're building out, where they are in the pipeline, percent completed, the next college is coming? I appreciate the verbiage, but sometimes it's a lot easier to see it in a big picture in a graphic.
Yeah, we have that. We can share that. I mean, the team manages this, on a daily, hourly, minutely basis. So we clearly have a view of where those 4 system maps are, where the teams are in testing and production. The one that we have a view of where the pilot colleges are as far as the go ready of the actual solution. We don't have anything yet, and that was the plan I was talking about, putting that plan together for what that go live for the 5 pilot colleges looks like. That piece we don't have yet. The rest we do.
And even for the remaining 53, where they will fall into the plan going out a couple of years.
We can certainly do that. I want to be very honest that I think we need the lessons learned from the 5 pilot. I mean, we can certainly come up with what that 53 looks like, but it's going to be a bit of a, it's going to be a swag just because we don't know what we don't know, right, on the pilot. Okay. Or any other questions? Any new business to come before this committee? Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Can I have a second? All right, meeting adjourned.
can. And if I would, please allow Dr. Gold to ensure that we have a quorum. So if you're on the committee, I'd appreciate your standing ready to answer the call.
All right, Dr. Dale McGinnis,
Here.
Honorable Sam Searcy,
Here.
Mr. John Kane, Mr. Tom Looney, Dr. David Lowry. I believe he's here in the building. We'll watch for him. Mr. Scott Ottman. I believe he's here as well. Miss Stephanie Pano, welcome. Miss Sarah West. Mr. Terry Yergin. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Before we go on to the ethics, awareness, and conflict of interest, I want to take a moment of personal privilege. Stephanie, welcome. And I know you'll be welcomed officially tomorrow, but welcome to our committee. Look forward to working with you. And I want to take a moment to, if he's already gone, to welcome back Dr. Bill Carver. And thank you for returning and sharing your service with us, sir. Thank you. Now we'll have the ethics, awareness, and conflict of interest statement. Dr. Gold, would you take care of that for us, please?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Seeing none, sir.
Thank you. We have no conflicts of interest. We're going to go on to our approval of our agenda. That's the first item of business. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda for today's meeting as presented? I have a motion from Mr. Yergin, second from Ms. West. Any opposed? None being opposed and all saying aye, the motion carries. The agenda is approved. Thank you so much. Now, for the approval of the minutes from the March 19th. Is that right, March 19th? What meeting was this?
Should be the other month.
All right, May, from the May board meeting. If I can have a motion to approve, assuming there's no corrections to the minutes. Are there any corrections? There being none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented? A motion from Ms. West, a second from Mr. Yergin. All those in favor? None opposed. The motion carries. The minutes are approved. Thank you. We're going to have two items for information this month. As you will recall, we're now in the review process of the current most recent strategic plan that ran through the end of June 2026 and began in 2022. I've asked Dr. Gold to give us an update on goal number 1 from the plan, and that was the top priority at that time, and that involved the retention and recruitment of our faculty and staff across our system. So I'm going to ask Dr. Gold to present this and look forward to your comments and questions. Go ahead and get.
All right, while Mary's passing out some hard copies, this is also in your packet for your review. I only have 102 slides, so just kidding. I got your attention though, didn't I? We do have 36 slides, but I'm going to move pretty quickly through it. I did have the honor of serving with Dr. John Gossett at AB Tech on this committee as we planned out this goal and planned the tactics of this goal, and appreciated the conversation there. So as we're queuing up the plan and getting ready to run through it, sorry, Miriam, making you run. I do want to provide a little bit of context just to take us back to the year that this strategic plan was put in place. So we started the strategic planning process back in 2021. And so during that time period, if you'll recall, we were in the midst of COVID. So there was a lot of conversation as we went through the strategic planning process to think about things that were happening on our campuses. And so just to provide some context, some of the concerns that we had as we were developing out this goal, we were using terms like the Great Resignation, talking about low labor force participation rates, high turnover rates. So that was the timeframe that this goal was set. And this was a major concern of colleges because it limited their capacity to serve their communities and to serve students. So there are some terms in here. I won't run through all of this with you, but just so you have those as reference. The one thing I will note is as a system, we do not have a uniform definition of full-time and part-time, but colleges are required to have their own policies. And so there could be some variation in how those are defined across the system. All right, and you can keep the primary measures, of course, were faculty and staff salaries and also retention. So we'll dive into those definitions. So just to let you know up front what some of the results were from the 22-26 plan and the activities that we've been taking over the last 4 years. The good news is North Carolina's seen an average of 17% increase in average faculty and staff salary. The bad news is that we continue to fall below national and regional averages, and we'll look at those in just a moment. The one thing I will note here as we talk about averages across our system, that's a system average, and so the actual results amongst individual colleges could vary. The other thing that we'll look at and we'll highlight is we have been fortunate enough to have enrollment growth over the past 4 and 5 years, about 12%, depending on when you start that measurement process. But our employee numbers have only increased by 2%. So we can see that we're serving more students with less faculty and staff. And that means that our student to faculty ratio has increased. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well. The good news is that faculty and staff retainment has remained steady over the past year. We did have a dip during COVID, but our retention numbers have recovered back to pre-pandemic levels. So let's take a look, first of all, at what did we do? So as a result of this goal, what actions did we take and how did we try to address this? We did have a target as a part of this goal to have about a 7% increase in faculty and staff salaries. And so we were fortunate enough in the 23-24, 24-25 budgets to have a 3% and 4% increase in those years. And of course, this year we received another 3% increase, which will be very welcome in terms of that average. We additionally received some appropriations for faculty recruitment and retention, and also some targeted nursing faculty salaries. So all of that helped to raise our average salaries across the state. All right, so one thing I'll point out as we think about this goal and why this goal was set and why it was an important part of our strategic plan. If we look at the budgets of our colleges across the system, 88% of the appropriated budgets amongst our colleges go to salary and benefits of staffing. So staffing is our biggest cost in terms of providing services throughout the state. And that's what led to this goal in particular being very critical. So this graph just shows you some comparisons when we talk about those average faculty and staff salaries. So in the graph that's on the left where it says North Carolina versus national and southern states, the southern states that we compare ourselves to are at the bottom of that slide. So if you want to see which states we're talking about. But in 2022, the average faculty and staff, the average faculty salary for North Carolina was just over $50,000. By the fall of 2025, that average rose to almost $59,000. That's a 17% increase. If you look over the same period for the southern region states, that increase was about 13%, and across the nation, 14%. So that looks good for North Carolina. We did have a significant increase. However, if you look at the actual salary numbers, what you will also see is that North Carolina falls behind those averages, both for the southern states and for the United States. And the other graph that you see, or chart that you see there, is faculty salary range by college. So this just gives you a sense of the variation across the state. So I just picked 2 colleges to give you a sense of how those averages could vary across the state. And you'll see that those results do vary, particularly as you look at our rural versus our urban colleges. All right, so I know this is hard to read if you're in the audience. Again, it's in your packet, and I'll try to make it easy enough to understand from when you're looking at it at a distance. But the graph on the left is your public 2-year institutions. The colors there, the green bar is the national average, the red bar is the southern region states, and the blue bar, which I know is Dr. McGinnis's favorite color. We won't talk
I'm
basketball.
a big fan of the Citadel. So I pull for them every
Wasn't
time
the
they
color
play.
I had in mind. But the blue bar is North Carolina. And what you can see as you look at that graph is North Carolina has lagged behind both the national average and also the southern states. But you can see that we have made improvements. So the good news is we've made progress, but we still have work to do. The graph on the right shows the same type of information for our public 4-year institutions. You can see, like the public 2-year institutions, they also lag behind the nation, but have surpassed the southern region averages. So again, competitiveness in terms of faculty and staff salaries is critical to our ability to recruit and retain. All right, so just a highlight or an example of salaries. This shows you presidential salaries across our system. And when you look at the budget package, what you'll see is each year the state appropriates a specific amount of funding for presidential salaries, and the amount of that funding is based on the size of the college as measured by FTE. So the first graph shows you what we consider grade 1. That's a 0 to 2499 FTE. We have 21 colleges that fall in grade 1. Grade 2 is 2500 to 6499. There's 29 colleges there. And then grade 3 is our colleges that have above 6500 FTE. We have 8 colleges. The important thing about this graph, if you can't read the numbers from the back of the room, is for grade 1, our smaller colleges, the blue box shows you the appropriated salary for that college. The red box shows you local funding. So colleges receive funding from their local counties and their service areas, and they are able to use that funding to supplement the salary. So the red box in the grade 1 is fairly small. When you look at grade 3, however, the local funding that's used to supplement presidential salaries is much larger, almost half and half appropriated versus local. And the point here is that colleges are using those local funds to supplement in order to attract and retain presidents. All right. So let's talk a little bit about enrollment growth and how that's impacted staffing over the past 4 years. So again, this may be hard to read from the back, but the dotted line is student FTE. So that shows you how FTE has changed. And we actually go back pre-pandemic just so you can see the impact of the pandemic in this slide. But you can see enrollment took a dip, particularly from fall of 19, really going all the way through fall of 21. And then after fall of 21, it started to recover. As you look at the other lines, the top line is your part-time faculty. And what you can see in part-time faculty is that it had a similar hit to enrollment in a decrease in the fall of 20, and then it has steadily increased. If you look at the other 3 lines, which is full-time faculty, full-time staff, and then part-time staff, you'll see that all of those lines are flat. And so what that tells us is that over this time period, even though enrollment has grown, staffing other than our part-time staff has remained fairly flat. So again, the enrollment growth currently is being supported primarily by part-time faculty. All right, so this graph breaks that down to tell you a little bit about who are the faculty and staff that are serving our colleges. So the top line is our curriculum part-time, and then the second line is curriculum full-time. So you can see the 2 highest levels of just bodies that are serving students in our communities are curriculum faculty and faculty. The red lines are our continuing education workforce faculty, both part-time and then full-time. And then the bottom lines are our basic skills faculty and staff, our full-time faculty and part-time staff. So this is primarily faculty. So the graphs on the right, what that shows you again is the staffing by share. So 66% of our faculty members are curriculum faculty members. And those curriculum faculty members are generating about 78% of the FTE that our colleges are earning. I think this graph is really important in pointing out the importance of Propel and C and why parity funding is so important, that we're also providing the same level of funding for our curriculum, our continuing education faculty as our curriculum faculty. All right, so we've talked about headcount and just staffing levels. We'll also talk a little bit about instructional spending over that same time period. So the green line on the top, you can see instructional expenditures have increased along with student FTE. However, enrollment grew by 12%, but instructional spending has only grown by 8%. So that spending per student has lagged behind that enrollment growth. Again, we're very grateful for the budget that we've received this year, and this should make a difference in pulling up that average. The other thing I'll just highlight in this graph is the red line at the bottom is staff support for students. These are the people who provide advising and wraparound services, and that level of expenditure has remained fairly flat. So this just shows you by breakdown student to staffing ratios. And again, you can just see our numbers of students have grown, but the staffing has remained fairly level, which means our faculty and staff are spending have less time per student to spend because they're serving more students. All right, so let's talk a little bit about retention. So over the same part-time, I think you have to click several times to get the graph to show up. There we go. All right, so we're progressing through time here. All right, so if you can't see the labels for the online participants, the top two lines are our full-time faculty and staff, with faculty being at the top. The bottom two lines are part-time faculty and part-time staff. So this is retention. And what you can see is just what we talked about earlier, that we took a dip in COVID. So we lost full-time and part-time faculty and staff, but those numbers have come back up. And what you can see is our retention rates have either matched pre-pandemic levels or exceeded pre-pandemic levels. So that's the good news. Ms. West, do you have a question?
Thank you, Dr. Gold. Is the retention of part-time faculty also a reflection of the fact that that's a collapse, that when you don't have the enrollment, you can decrease the number of part-time staff more easily? Or is it strictly just a retention measure that's here?
So this is just retention. So this is just showing year over year how many faculty or staff returned or remained in employment. I do think when you think about why are colleges using part-time faculty versus full-time, why do they make that decision? And again, this wasn't part of our data but just speaking from anecdotally from our conversations, that you are able to adjust more readily as enrollment goes up and down. I will also say oftentimes part-time faculty are people who are working out in the field. They're doing the jobs every day, and it's a really good way for us to bring that expertise into our institutions. They may not want this to be a full-time job, but they may be willing, particularly when you look at the continuing education workforce side of the house. Most of our colleges have really good relationships with their local partners. So they may have a healthcare provider who's willing to come in and teach part-time. They may not want a full-time job. So I think there are multiple reasons why colleges would use part-time faculty and staff to supplement their full-time faculty load. The other thing I would note, IPEDS does not track retention over time. However, the College and University Professional Association, CUPA, the HR arm, did a study in 2025. And so comparing our retention rates to national retention rates, most colleges and universities saw very similar types of numbers over the past 4 years. Many of them saw retention drop pretty significantly during COVID, but those numbers have returned over the last few years, and they are seeing a recovery in retention. Do you have a question? All right, next slide. Well, while you're getting the slides ahead, I'll also talk about one of the things that our advisory groups, or the groups that came up with the tactics for this particular goal, talked about. We know that salary is a primary determinant of recruitment and retention, but we also talked about other types of actions we could take as a system to help recruit and retain faculty and staff. So one of the actions that was taken was the HR Association was established. So Mr. Ottman talked previously about the IPS conference. One of the things that we often do as a system that I think makes our system much stronger is we pull together those individuals that have similar jobs across the state and allow them to share their knowledge and skills and best practices. So the Human Resources Association was established, and you can see from the numbers there, they've provided a lot of training over the year. I want to just give a shout out to Carteret Community College, and specifically Amanda Bryant, who was the first president of the HR Association. She's done a great job of really pulling that group together. We also catalog partnerships. One of the things that many of our colleges do is partner with local healthcare or other businesses to provide funding or staffing for critical instructional areas. We have a lot of examples from healthcare where a hospital may provide a staff to do preceptorships or to provide instruction. So we've cataloged those so that we can share best practices. And then also supported rural college strategic planning, which help local colleges also embed a similar goal in their strategic plan. So many things, money helps with many things, but there are a lot of other actions that we can also take to support this action, and we have. So Propel NC, the good news is we have funding for Propel NC. These numbers don't reflect that funding, so I anticipate some of these numbers will change over the next few years. But how well are we currently aligned with Propel NC in those workforce sectors? What we can see is that 42% of instructional hours are currently being delivered in our Propel NC high demand, high wage workforce sectors. So I think with parity funding and with Propel NC funding, what we will see is those number of instructional hours will certainly increase over the next few years. And so this graph just shows you where those instructional hours are currently being expended. So trades and transportation, one of the primary sources of instructional hours, along with our public safety and first responders. All right, so in closing, why does this matter? What's happened over the last 4 years? The good news is we've made progress. Faculty and staff salaries have increased, but we also continue to have work to do. And so the funding that we received this year will certainly help in continuing those efforts. We've also seen that staffing has not kept pace with enrollment. And so when we talk about college capacity to serve our communities, that's important that we continue to have not just the numbers of faculty and staff, but also high quality faculty and staff to serve our students and our communities. And then all of this leads us to why Propel NC is so important. Providing that targeted funding for those very expensive programs to deliver, to have the qualified staff, faculty and staff to deliver that instruction to prepare our students both for jobs and for careers. So I do have a few slides to give you some similar statistics about the system office, but this might be a good place to pause and see if there's any questions.
Have any questions for Dr. Gold? Mr. Yergin.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Help get me aligned, I guess. When I see these slides, I generally get a little bit concerned about the stress we've got on the system with the enrollment that's grown and the faculty ratios decreased, and we've had some gains with compensation, but not enough. And yet I'm trying to reconcile this, and maybe this is not just for you, Dr. Gold. This could be for anyone here in the room that understands our system certainly better than I do. But we feel really good about our workforce in North Carolina. We feel great about the achievements we've got with the outcome, with the valuable people that we train. I'm trying to reconcile the stress of the financial piece over this last 4 years with the fact that we've had some pretty good results. And is this too short-term a look? Could the trouble be ahead with the stress we've got on our system if we don't do something else? And I think the 57 million in Propel, the 99 million in enrollment growth, all great stuff. Is that enough? Or are we going to see bigger cracks in the outcome and ultimately, Chairman, our value proposition, our people, are we going to see bigger cracks to come with these stresses on the ratio, on the lower salaries? Clean that up for me if somebody can do. And if that's a question for another time, Chairman, maybe when we're having a more deeper dive into what we're doing strategically, that's fine. I guess I'll be thinking about this until we get to that. I'd like to.
There are several questions in there to unravel.
Yeah.
I think one of the answers, Mr. Yergin, relates to what we talked about earlier today, those same labor market pressures that companies are experiencing,
Right.
colleges are experiencing as well. So that this is not happening in a vacuum. We're competing for labor and talent across the state when it's at a premium. And so when you talked about electricians being very expensive and in high demand, imagine what it costs to hire an experienced electrician to teach electricity or to prepare electricians. So you can compound that. You can add another layer of that and make it even more scarce when you try to attract them to rural areas and to join our rural colleges. So I think those are two of the pieces that play into it. There's a lot of parts to to answer your question, though.
Yeah.
Dr. Gold, would you like to add anything to that?
Well, I think it goes back to we've made progress, but we still have work to do. And this was the 22 to 26 strategic plan. I know we'll start in the next year thinking about the next strategic plan. And I would hope that faculty and staff and the support of our faculty and staff is still on our radar and still something that we focus on. I think the other piece, just to tie it back to our transformation committee previously, is we have to find more efficient ways of working. We have to give our faculty and staff the technology that they need to support their efforts. There are ways to make that easier for faculty and staff so that they can really focus their time on the students and not on kind of the manual processes that we've seen in the past. But as Dr. McGinnis said, getting those high wage demand instructional areas, getting those staffed with highly qualified people, that will continue to need to be a focus and something that we keep our eyes on.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and I agree. There's multiple questions. I would just say that, and to your point in our discussion earlier that the others didn't hear, in the construction business, I can tell you we're very concerned about what's coming. And I think we talked about this earlier, the elephant's still in the snake. And it's not, we've got a long way to go in the construction business to get the appropriate level of trained craft, particularly with electricians, with HVAC, and some other technical areas in the advanced tech world. But we do see it as a moment for us to examine how we're training our people, and not to beat the term up because we've all beat it to death, AI. However you want to frame the new way of learning with technology, whatever you want to define it as, and we're doing a lot of things in the system here with technology to improve what we do. We are really going to have to take this opportunity, I think, with Propel and with the enrollment growth money. We're going to have to take this opportunity to do it a little differently than maybe the traditional way. If we don't, we're probably going to miss out and maybe exacerbate the problem I think we've really got coming here in the educational system with the stresses that you just reviewed with us of faculty and pay. So enough. I'll get you back on schedule, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Yergin. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Chairman.
We're always really good at looking back, but I always like to look forward. And I think in this strategic planning cycle, we need to do some modeling about, you've got enrollment growth cliff, you got Propel, you've got move toward workforce. When we add all those parameters, I know, again, Scott, I'll throw it over to you, is you model which markets are declining, which are increasing. What's the impact on your P&L? Where do you invest? And when you put the tools in, do I actually add students and reduce the workload on faculty because we've automated those processes? So I would like, as we look at the next strategic plan over the next 3 to 5 years, what does the model look like? And then are there states we can look at that are best of breed that we can model ourselves against, that give us some headlights into what's coming? Because everyone's talking about this enrollment cliff in a few years. We should be able to anticipate that and adjust. And then the other thing I always ask is, we tend to be additive in everything we do strategically. What are we going to stop doing? And that's what I'd like as we go through this process is, there's hard decisions to make. Does it make sense to continue to invest in these areas as well? So this is probably one of the more difficult strategic planning cycles because of all these changes and investments. But if we're going to continue to get investment from across the street, we're going to have to demonstrate an ROI and that we are investing wisely. So, and again, the reason I bring you, Scott, up is models we can use that we've used in business or in other places in education that can help us do these projections. And rather the rear view mirror, we're looking out the windshield.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Snyder and I have already had some conversations back in the spring about some predictive models.
Oh,
we
good.
can
All right.
use, to be able to start zeroing in on this. So I think they're in development. Is that correct, Dr. Snyder? I'm getting a thumbs up back there. So that's still in the works. And I think that'll tee us up for building now that it's partially funded, building a strategic plan around the certainty of Propel, not the probability or the hope of Propel. And I think that will drive a lot of the strategies we take.
Yeah, that's why this latest issue on short-term Pell, there's an impact to the story with short-term Pell. And the number that was floated around was 1% of our programs. Well, is it really 1%? What is it really? And if it's only 1%, what are we doing to change that in the strategic plan to make it 5 or 10%?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other questions or comments on this one? If not, we're going to go to plan item number 2. Chairman Looney asked for a breakout of our takeaways and action items from the State Board Summit last fall. And I think we've got a presentation here. Dr. Gold's going to review with us some of the prioritized items that were identified and give us an update. And these items will be the basis for the conversation with the next president on the development of our upcoming 26-29 strategic plan.
All right, so in this item, you'll see there are 11 high priority items that were identified at the summit that we've been working on over the past year. I think the good news is many of these have been reported on today in other committees. So with the Transformation Committee, Mr. Ottman talked about our progress on the system office applications. So we talked about the need for modernization, particularly with our combined course library, the data warehouse, CBAS, college-based accounting system. We also talked at that time back in September about LMS alignment. And so we're into Canvas rollout now. So that is certainly underway. Item number 7 was secure funding for apprenticeship NC. And so we're happy to report that that funding has been secured, but now that means we have to look forward and think about how we use that funding and how we make sure that it's impactful and helps us to continue to serve our state even more comprehensively. Workforce Pell, that's certainly a project that we're working on. I know Dr. Merritt and Dr. Gardner have been in Washington at several conferences. We've been meeting with other states thinking about the rollout of Workforce Pell. So we'll be coming back to you soon with some updates on that. The application period is open now for the state of North Carolina, so we hope to have some numbers on that shortly. The other thing, I would just highlight item number 10. This came up in an earlier committee today, the need for data sharing. We talked a little bit about NC College Connect and sending out letters to high school students and the need for us to get that data so that we can more proactively reach out to students. The other thing that we'll be talking about is how to implement our CRM with the funding that we received. And again, that's another opportunity for us to reach out to those students. So I think all of these items that were highlighted at our summit in September, these are things that we've been working on. We've seen progress, like our faculty and staff retention and recruitment. We've made good progress, but we still have work to do.
Any questions or comments for Dr. Gold on these items and where we stand, or anything you think we talked about that's not captured here?
Absolutely. Board members, I sent an email to you all last night. Our revised updated date for the State Board Summit is January 20th through the 22nd, right up at the Pendo Building again. So January 20th through 22nd. Thank you.
Dr. Gold, thank you for your work on putting these presentations together. I appreciate everything you and your team have done. This was a big lift. We're at the point in our meeting where I'll call on members to see if we have any new business. Do we have any new business for our committee to consider? If none, before we adjourn, I want to take one more moment. Yes, sir.
I just want to tell you, that's a great list.
Well, they
Thank you.
did a good
Dr.
job
McGinnis.
pulling it together. No,
That is a great list.
staff here did all the work. I want to take a moment of privilege to thank our two liaisons to this committee for the 25-26 year, Gene Reese from the Trustees Association, and Dr. Amanda Lee. Thank you for your work with our committee this year. I appreciate it. If there's no other business, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn. I have a motion from Mr. Yergin, a second. Can I get a second? If we don't, we're going to keep meeting. Who was my second from? Mr. Looney, thank you. We stand adjourned.
Good afternoon. I'd like to convene the Programs and Student Success Committee meeting. We're going to make every effort to catch up with ourselves and stay on schedule. Thank you. I would like to ask Ms. Ashley Kroom to do a roll call and call us, I've called us to order. So Ms. Kroom, could you do the roll call?
Ms. Sarah West, Chair.
Present.
Mr. Bill McBrayer, Vice Chair.
Present.
Ms. Stacy Griffin. Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt. Mr. Tom Looney. The Honorable David Price. Ms. Stephanie Pano. Mr. Terry Ogren. We have a quorum.
Could you also read for us the Ethics Awareness and Conflict of Interest statement?
In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. None noted.
Thank you, Ms. Kroom. I'd like to have a motion and a second to approve our agenda for today, please. Thank you. Mr. Jurgen has moved and Ms. Griffin has seconded. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The agenda is approved. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to approve our May 14th minutes. Thank you, Ms. Griffin and Mr. Jurgen. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Our minutes have been approved. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's really nice to see folks after our break in June, and welcome to Dr. Carver. I think we all want to really acknowledge how pleased and appreciative we are that you have returned to guide us and serve as our president during this interim period. You will have noticed there are no 4 action items on our agenda today. We have 3 items on the consent agenda for review and approval. We're going to move through those fairly quickly. We would like to focus our time today on several items on the for information agenda. There are 6 items. We're going to focus on 3 of them. And we will spend our time on programs 4, 5, and 6. These items are interesting on their own merit, but each will have been discussed either in finance, state board policy and governance, or personnel, because as we know, each committee is asked to review and approve aspects of many of our board actions that fall within the unique purview of that committee. First, we will go to the for consent agenda. So program 1 is our fast track for action agenda. The board is asked to approve request from Lenore Community College for a surgical first assistant certificate, from Pitt Community College for a surgical technology program, and from Western Piedmont Community College for programs in heavy equipment operation management and service. No negative impact reports were received for these applications. All of these programs will enhance the workforce pipeline, 2 for health-related roles, and the 3rd is aligned with the workforce needs of construction-based companies in the Western Piedmont service area. Are there questions regarding any of these applications for Dr. Merritt and his team? Hearing none, we will move forward to look at program 2. The board is asked to approve the courses listed here for placement or modification in the combined course library. Are there questions regarding this item for Dr. Merritt? Hearing none, I will continue to proceed. Our program 3, the committee is asked to approve requests from Southeastern Community College to offer the courses listed here in collaboration with its partner, Tabor Correctional Institute. And again, Mr. Lang, this is an example of the kind of item that comes before programs every month when colleges come and ask for support and approval for the work they're doing with their partner correctional institutes. Are there questions regarding this particular item? Hearing none, I need a motion and a second to approve programs 1, 2, and 3 for the consent agenda. Thank you, Ms. Griffin and Mr. Jurgen again. Thank you for tag teaming. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. All opposed, say nay. Hearing no nays and only yays, we will approve these items for the consent agenda. So we will now move to Program 4, the Bio Network Learning Solutions Center realignment. We're going to hear in a moment from John Loyak, our Vice President for Economic Development. This item did come in front of the Finance Committee earlier today, and you will have heard, if you attended Finance, the proposed transition of the Bio Network Learning Solutions Center from Gaston College to the NC Community College System office. And John, if you would like to provide us with additional context. Thank you.
I don't have much to add other than what's in the packet and what you just shared, Ms. Chair. But this is a very important asset for us. It is something that not only is used by students who attend each of our 58 colleges, but students all over the state. This is a team that is creating e-learning resources and are really relied on heavily. And so this is going to be an important part of the team to bring here into the system office.
Terrific. Are there questions for Mr. Loyak regarding this transition? Hearing none. Mr. Lang.
This is for e-learning, just for this course or this area, or for all e-learning?
So this is specific to the biotech industry. And so this is one that is letting students all across the state see what it's like to work within that industry. Obviously, there is pockets of that industry that are heavier distributed here in Wake County and Durham County, for example, than you might find out in Cherokee County. But it's something that gives folks the basics. The backbone of this program is a curriculum called BioWork, which is something that students, whether they be coming out of high school or community college, or even if they're a four-year university, can take this 136-hour course load and learn a little bit about the industry, understand what it's like to put on a gown and wear a gown every day. And so it's something that prepares people for this industry. And it's a very important asset for us as we recruit new life science businesses into the state.
So just a continuation, Terry. This is for online learning, or that is now coming to the system office for bioscience.
It is, but there is a fair amount of in-person work that's done as well. And so this team of 4 presently, not only do they do all that, the virtual learning aspect, but they also work a lot with employers to arrange for career fairs and things like that. They do mock interview sessions with students to prepare them for those career fairs as well. And so it's kind of a combination of in-person work all over the state, along with the e-learning resources.
Okay, final question. Do we do that for other areas, other curriculum areas where it's standardized here at the system office for the 58? And if we do, are there plans to do it for even more areas so that we can take costs out and redundancy out and have more consistency at a lower cost delivery model here from the system office?
Brian, I don't know if you want to tackle that one in terms of the VLC team and what they do.
Yeah, I think the most comparable thing we have at the system level is working. Kathy Davis works with the virtual learning community, and there's 3 partner colleges that have followed this same model for the Bio Network for some time, and they provide instructional technology assistance, professional development, quality assurance for e-learning across the board. So every year that VLC team was actually here in the building a few weeks ago, kind of planning out their attack for the year. So this is specific to biotechnology and life sciences, but the VLC is all encompassing, and it really takes a look at what our strategic priorities are each year and helps to create course modules, professional developments, learning resources for colleges.
Just one thought. Sorry. What I'm really thinking of is, we saw the presentation earlier that our faculty and staff doesn't have enough money and we're not paying them well. If we consolidated in certain aspects of work that's done, would that free up funds that we could then pay our faculty and staff more money?
I think just to respond briefly, I think, for the VLC specifically, it's about $650,000 that we allocate to that effort annually. You spread that across 58, that is, I get your point, but I don't know if that helps answer that part of the question, but there probably are some other efficiencies we could look at.
Thank you. I think it's an interesting question, and I would like to talk about it further at another time. Mr. Loic, before you sit down, I just want to thank the committee. I think those of you who have served on this committee all year will remember our September summit last year when we had a very focused, robust discussion about the importance of putting a floor of sustainable funding under the apprenticeship program. And that I felt that conversation was kind of a rallying cry for many of us. And again, want to acknowledge Alex Fack for his hard work, Deanna, so many people in the system office. But I just want to take a moment to celebrate and acknowledge that this is a very exciting investment by the legislature. And Mr. Leck, could you comment, on what this means for the program?
It's really kind of staggering, and it means a lot to the program. We've, through the combination of state and federal funds over the last 3 years, we've been able to see some good growth. A lot of good ideas have come along the way as well that we haven't been able to execute on because of a lack of funding. We can do that now. I would say one of the things I think was one of the best things that we've done over the last 12 months is introduce a series of employer engagement events where we're going out to 58 colleges and organizing these employer events on site in local communities. And the turnout's been fantastic. And it's given a lot of communities who maybe don't have really robust apprenticeship programs yet a sense of what kind of industry is interested in it. And so this will give us the ability to continue that work instead of just doing it 1 year when we had a grant and then not being able to do it again. And so this puts us on a path where we can sustain the type of growth that we're looking for. I would say I was overwhelmed by the support that we saw. We talk a lot about the workforce development community, but the economic development community as well rely on us so deeply. I mean, any county economic developer who's trying to recruit new business into the state knows that they need the workforce programs and incentives that are available to really give them an edge over other states. And when we can say that our state is funding these programs in such a way, it gives businesses pause. It tells businesses that North Carolina is serious and North Carolina is investing in the things that those businesses will need. So this is a really big step forward for us. And I would say that the NCEDA, which is the North Carolina Economic Development Association, having their support meant a lot. And I know it meant an impact. And I could stand up here like an Oscar speech and go on about, thanking my agent and my family and everyone else. But it really, it was one of those things that it felt like we had everyone behind us on this. And that was a good feeling.
Mr. Laney?
There's some other good news there. When the apprenticeship programs were managed with grants, those grants had specific guidelines on those grants. This is state dollars. So now we can treat apprenticeships more like a true element of the community college system rather than a separate organization within the community college system. So that shouldn't go missed by any of the board members that this will give us a level of efficiency. And it's not just about the money, it's about now how that money can be used more effectively in the system. So.
Great point. Are there questions for Mr. Loic before he steps down? Thank you. Great report. Thank you. Program 5, the state board has been asked to continue the Regional Adult High School Diploma Project. And you will recall that we discussed this in finance as well, that last year the board approved a pilot to support a 3-college consortium between Halifax, Martin, and Roanoke, Chowan to launch a virtual adult high school program that supports students' ability to earn a high school degree and support productive transition into the workforce or secondary education. So many thanks to the Finance Committee for approving the allocation of $225,000 in funding from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Title II to sustain it. We're going to hear from Arbany Cooper, our State Director for Workforce Opportunity and Innovation Act Title II, who will share more about why the outcomes of the pilot, the partnership between our colleges, and why we see this pilot as such a significant opportunity to explore programming for more regional hubs and virtual learning. And I think Rob, I guess, sorry, Mr. Van Dyke is going to.
I'm just the hype man right here for Arbany Cooper. No, I just wanted to provide context about this. So before you understand a little bit about the program from Arbany. So part of the allocation we get from WIOA Title II is 82% to 82.5% go to the colleges for them to do the programming that we're asking. We reserve up to 12% to state leadership projects, which is where this $225,000 came from to help innovate and move forward so that we can help our colleges and providers meet the needs of their communities. And so what you're going to hear from Arbany's, the regional adult high school, is one of those projects to really help meet a need in one of our underserved areas. So
thank you. Okay, so I'm going to set my timer so that I don't go over because I want to respect the board's time. So again, my name is Arbany Cooper, and I am going to talk to you about the Regional Adult High School Consortium. So next slide, please. So the first thing that I want to do is affirm our statement of alignment. The North Carolina Community College System Office, we remain committed to ensuring the Adult High School Consortium continues to fulfill its original program goals while responding to the evolving needs of students, colleges, and communities. Through ongoing evaluation, stakeholder engagement, and data-informed decision-making, the system office will assess program effectiveness, which we do on a monthly basis, identify opportunities for improvement, and implement adjustments that strengthen program outcomes while maintaining the flexibility needed to support innovation and student success. So, in the northeastern part of the state, 3 community colleges, Halifax Community College, Martin Community College, and Roanoke-Shawan Community College, did not offer an adult high school program, which is very pivotal to the success of North Carolinians. To address this gap, the system office established the Regional Adult High School Consortium in July 2025 with an official launch with the first student enrolled on January 2026. So we took the first few months to do some planning, stakeholder engagement, partnership engagement, just to make sure everything was affirmed and aligned. The establishment of this consortium brought the total number of adult high school programs to 50. As of 2025, all counties served by these 3 institutions are designated as Tier 1. So what does that mean? This signifies the highest level of economic distress and poverty in our state. So by implementing a scalable and cost-effective model, community colleges, these particular community colleges, can extend services across multiple counties without incurring additional expenses associated with operating and administrative oversight. Next slide, please. So what does this look like? We want to understand course completion and student process. So the adult high school is comprised of a 22 credit hour diploma. So a traditional high school credit represents approximately 120 instructional hours of learning. In the adult high school consortium, students can complete up to 2 courses every 8 weeks. So the adult high school consortium offers 8-week courses. Each course is 3 credit hours. So this model combines structured instruction, individualized student support, and flexible learning options to help students effectively progress towards credit completion. And it's flexible because the students can earn and learn, and they never have to step on campus. Everything is completely online. Also, the AHS program offers targeted academic support, and we have highly qualified instructors ranging from bachelor's to doctoral degrees providing instructional services and advising services to these particular students. This flexible model also allows students to balance education with work, family, and other responsibilities, as we know that many adult education students have competing responsibilities and priorities. Next slide. So early indicators of student progress. So we have currently 21 students enrolled in the first program year with an enrollment capacity of 40 students on a rolling basis throughout the program year. So that means that 53% of available enrollment capacity was utilized. 40 academic credits were earned through the Adult High School Consortium pathway, with 67% of students demonstrating academic progress. Now, what makes this consortium a little bit differently? Typically, with general adult high school programs, students must enter the program with at least 15 credits already earned. But again, we are working in a tier 1 county, highly distressed. And so what we did was we worked with the school districts to determine a minimum number of credits that would align with student needs. And so we determined that we would offer a 6 credit minimum. So that means that basically students are entering the program at the lowest amount of credits available through a high school program. Although these particular students that we served this year entered the program on average with 11.2 credits. Next slide, please. So let's put names and faces together in my last 6 seconds here. So Landon M. This student is a 19-year-old student, Landon Moss. He made the courageous decision to return to school after leaving high school in 2025. He currently volunteers with 3 different fire departments throughout Halifax County, dedicating his time to protecting and supporting the communities he calls home. Earning his adult high school diploma marks an important milestone, but Landon views it as only the beginning of his journey. He plans to enlist in the military, where he hopes to continue serving others while building a meaningful and rewarding career. So congratulations to Landon Moss. Our next graduate, next slide please, is Nigel M. At 23 years old, Nigel made the decision to return to school with one goal in mind. He wanted to complete his education and create a brighter future. He is actually the first graduate of the consortium from Roanoke Shawan Community College. He enrolled in the program on January 5th and completed his adult high school diploma March 16th of 2026. And Nigel hopes to pursue a welding certification with the goal of obtaining employment at the Newport News shipbuilding company located in Newport News, Virginia. And then our last graduate, he is Jakari M. His name is Jakari M, and he's actually Nigel's brother. It went so well, Nigel said, "Come on, Jakari, you need to do the same thing that I just did." So Jakari enrolled in the program on January 5th. He completed on March 5th, 2026, and he too plans to earn a certification in welding and pursue employment with the Newport News shipbuilding company in Newport News, Virginia. So next slide, please. I have 1 second and I'm going to say a couple of things. Lessons learned. We are going to reaffirm our partnerships with the school districts. We also can intend to expand access. So things are going so well. We've had another school district ask if they could sign on with the consortium. So we are going to start those conversations next month. We intend to increase student engagement through multiple platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. We also want to improve credit completion and MSG outcomes. We want to accelerate those workforce and post-secondary pathways. So I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize 2 people in the audience, Dr. Delonda Bond, our Director of Instruction, and Ms. Susan Honeycutt, our Senior Adult Education Consultant. So Dr. Bond and Ms. Susan Honeycutt work with the Dean of Continuing Education to connect specific workforce pathways with the adult high school diploma. And those pathways include certified nursing assistant 1 and 2, medication aid, and then we have 4 or 5 others that we're working on. So great things happening in Halifax County, and I will take any questions. And Dr. Merritt, please don't fire me for going overtime. I apologize.
You're definitely not fired. I just want to say, and Delonda, Susan, I mean, we had a conversation a few years ago, and really I challenged them to think differently and work with colleges that really needed the help and really needed something new and to breathe some life into certain places. And these were 3 colleges that were asking for something new. These 3 presidents, one thing you didn't mention is the reason it took a little while to get started. 3 presidents are in an MOU now. They're sharing
FPE.
They have entered into this agreement that that was kind of facilitated and kind of navigated with support from Arbany and Delonda and Rob and our previous AVP, Sandra
Yes.
Thompson, that started when she was here. So I just want to say thank you for taking that challenge on.
Of
And
course.
I know it's been tough. The numbers are going to continue to increase, but,
Of course.
and this is just 3 colleges. I
That's
think
just
there's
it.
others out there that I've heard, how can we be part of this? But
Absolutely.
to the earlier comments during Finance Committee about kind of spreading the peanut butter, this is
That's
a
what
way
we're
for
doing.
us to think about doing business more efficiently and having colleges, band together and
Absolutely.
leveraging that funding. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
How does this compare to a student getting a GED?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So the beautiful thing about this project is that we have buy-in from the North Carolina Department of Instruction, because if a student earns let's just say that they discontinue traditional high school, discontinue their traditional high school journey. So if they drop out and earn a GED, yes, they earn the credential, but the school district has a dropout on their record. But if the student goes through the adult high school program, the student is able to earn the credential and the local school district is able to count this as a graduation percentage for them as well, as long as it's within that 5-year graduation window. So the school districts are very excited about this project, as well as community colleges. And so I don't think I'm answering your question.
I'm thinking of the student. Is one easier
No,
for this?
no,
No.
no,
Okay.
absolutely not. I think it's based on time and need. So a lot of folks jump into our high school equivalency, our GED programs, because they want to move very quickly. However, most of the students that we're serving in this program are around ages 16 to 18. So they have the time to move through the courses. But no, the GED is not easier than the adult high school program and or vice versa.
Are there other questions for Arbany? I think this program is so special. I mean, when I first joined the board 5 years ago, Cecilia Holden came and talked about the
Yes.
leaky pipeline.
Yes.
You know, how many people we lose along the way,
Absolutely.
on the way to earning an educational credential or certificate. This is a way for people to come back into the pipeline. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely. And just another quick comment. In North Carolina, we have about 776,000 adults age 18 to 44 without a high school diploma or its equivalent. So we have plenty of work to do. And this is just one mechanism that we're using to address that. Thank you.
We have one more for information item that we'd like to cover, and we've got 5 minutes. So we're going to roll through. Program 6, competency-based education. We talked about this in the Finance Committee, and Dr. Merritt and I did a quorum, and we realized every single member of this committee was at the Finance Committee presentation, so we're not going to cover it at the level of detail that we had planned to do so, but we do want to offer another opportunity for anyone to talk about the program, ask Dr. Kamen questions. I think, Dr. Merritt, you had a couple of comments you wanted to make.
Yeah, I think Dr. Kamen, come on up to the podium. And I asked, we were talking about how we can modify the conversation. I think that earlier we were focused on the funding aspect. We were focused on, kind of the college, kind of the testament from President Sorrells and President Rogers. But one comment I just want to make is that, I was a chief academic officer a decade plus ago and sat in meetings where we talked about competency-based education. I know the president said they talked about it back in 2018, 19. This really represents a shift from just talk to action. Like we do not have the policy right now that allows us technically to implement this system wide. So earlier, the suspension and the waiver to allow us to pilot this in collaboration with Wilkes leadership and other colleges that and Fayetteville Tech's leadership and other colleges that join in this year. The result of that, the deliverable is going to be a policy, later this academic year that will allow us as a system to really do something that we really should have done it, started this process policy wise, a decade plus ago. It's there are universities, there are colleges overseas who have been doing this for years, but I think that it's you think about our adult learners, think about the military population that President Sorrells talked about earlier. It's time for us to really take a hard look at our policies, and I think this is going to allow us to do this. So I've asked Steph to maybe tell us some anecdotal stories, just to make sure we understand CBE in a more kind of a storytelling fashion rather than, earlier we focused so much on the actual item and definitions of CBE. So Seth, I don't know if you're prepared to do that, but I'm hoping you are.
I have a really good
Pivot.
example
Good.
because I asked ChatGPT to give it to me.
Hey, there you go.
Claude and I are best friends now. And what they actually came back to me was with a really good analogy of what this is looking like. So anybody here a gamer? Anybody have a grandchild who's a video gamer? Does everyone know what a video game is? Yeah. Just checking. It's 1819. I want to make sure that we have established that. When you're playing a video game, you are on level 2, and whether you play it for 5 hours or whether you play it for 20 hours or whether you play it for 2 years, for some of us who aren't very good at video games, you will move on to the next level once you have completed whatever it is that you are trying to do on that level. So if we think about that in terms of an education, in terms of the learning outcomes, the competencies that we're trying to teach within a course, you move to the next competency when you have demonstrated that you have finished the level. And the faculty are measuring that assessment as you're moving along. So everyone is playing the same video game, but they're playing it at different rates. So one student who comes in and has been who's worked in construction for 20 years might sail through competencies 3, 4, and 5 very, very quickly because they know that already. They can demonstrate it very quickly. But there might be another student who comes in who has never done construction before and is going to take the full semester to learn those competencies and moving through that. So what this does, as you can see, is it starts really opening up the opportunity for students to potentially graduate faster, which is a cost savings for them, yet they can still use some of the funds that is available within the context of what we have. But we need to scale this. We need to scale it across programs. We need to scale it across institutions. Eventually, we're going to need to be scaling it across curriculum and continuing education workforce so that it all aligns so that the student has whatever path they need to get them through, and for us to support them in that process. One of the things we really didn't talk about a little bit earlier is that every student who goes through this, if they're using the common structure, the best practices, is supported by a student success coach. So just like Arbany talked about, with these students have student success coaches, like we've talked about in a program like Boost, who has a designated advisor, these students are being advised, they are being advocated for, they are being helped by a dedicated advisor or student success coach who is helping identify if they're eligible for the program and then move them through the program, coordinating with the faculty member who has redesigned the curriculum to be able to offer them in these competency pathways and these competency blocks. So hopefully better picture a little bit. I realized earlier we didn't really talk about that. Dr. Rogers kind of hit on it, but I wanted to give you more of a visual of what this looks like. So any questions?
That was a great way to frame that. So thank you.
Thank you. I will let Claude know.
Great. Any questions for Dr. Kamen? All right. Thank you so much. I did want to say, acknowledge your title and what your role is, because we didn't talk about, I didn't introduce you properly.
Yeah, so everyone, this is Dr. Seth Kamen. He's our, I'm going to get your title right because we just changed it, but State Director of Learning Recognition, Credential Attainment, and Transfer. So a couple of years ago, we restructured a bit, and the Personnel Committee, actually, you all helped us, spark that process. We needed a fresh look at all things credit mobility. So Seth came in, moved from Maryland a couple of years ago, and he was initially our State Director of Credit Mobility. So really, we wanted to make sure that learning was recognized wherever a student is. He's working with Transfer now. Behind the scenes, if you saw the Wolfpack Connect announcement, you saw the Appalachian State BS articulation announcement. Seth, in partnership with many of our team members and partners at UNC and others, the restructure and the efforts are paying off. And Seth, thank you for your leadership, and thank you everyone for banding together to push many of these initiatives forward.
Thank you.
Dr. Merritt, we're going to move now to new business, and I'm going to tee up a couple of new business items. I'd like to ask Dr. Merritt to share with us an update on some RFPs that we're doing and an update on Workforce Pell.
Yeah, just very briefly, you see behind us, many of the, no conversation will happen about the budget continue tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure colleges hear this and you all know that our team and want to say thank you to our team because they've been moving swiftly with many of the budget announcements that were signed into law a few weeks ago. On Tuesday night this week, we dropped the RFP to colleges for the high cost startup program and the IDD, the Access to Achievement expansion of 10 colleges. So challenge them to be prepared. A few months ago, in case those get worked into the budget, challenge them to be prepared in July. They were prepared, and we rolled those RFPs out in a more seamless process. It's an electronic submission process. They're not emailing applications to us as attachments, but just want to say thank you for the team because up until the very last minute, we were making some tweaks, and I was asking for some tweaks to the RFP packet before it went out. So just want to say thank you to them for that. And then you mentioned Workforce Pell. Just briefly, we really are. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Gardner, Dr. Reynolds, the whole team, really, because in collaboration with our partners, with NC Works, NC Commerce, we did hear as of Andrew. I think I'll spoil it and just say one of the. I don't think we can say all the facts, but we did hear from NC Works this morning that 29 colleges out of the 58 have submitted Workforce Pell applications in this first iteration. Application process is open for state level applicants to go to NC Works for approval by the governor. That's the first step in getting Workforce Pell off the ground. But half of our colleges in this first round or have submitted applications for Workforce Pell, which is a great thing. I was on a panel in DC at the SHIO conference 2 days ago where there were some colleges, some college systems. This was a system president, system chancellors and directors from other states were questioning kind of our more our approach where we've opened up Workforce Pell to more sectors. There's one state that told me that they were limiting it to 3 programs only based on their data. And just with the diversity of institutions that we have across our state and the rural, urban, just small, medium, large, we decided to, in collaboration and our NC Works partners decided to, open this up, kind of test the waters in this 1.0 era. And then as we go into community college, Workforce Pell 2.0, we're probably going to learn a lot. But the fact that 29 colleges have submitted already, and it just opened, was it June 23rd, Andrew? June 23rd was when that application process opened. So those colleges should begin to receive approvals in August. NC Works Commission is going to meet quarterly to approve Workforce Pell applications. And I do want to say kudos. Andrea DeSantis from Commerce was here a few months ago. And Annie Izod is the executive director of the NC Works Commission. It's not just going to be a denial. Like if the application is submitted and the documentation or evidence wasn't there initially for that approval, their staff has really been working closely with Andrew and many of our staff members and also with the colleges to request that. It's not just a denial, come back to us next quarter. It really has been an iterative process. So we were able a couple of days ago when I was in DC, Andrew was in DC on a panel last week to really shine the light on this is a true partnership in North Carolina. It's not just the governor's office or NC Works. It really is. We've been meeting monthly and working to roll this out. And, it was us, Iowa, Ohio were kind of the shining stars a couple of days ago when we were kind of talking with other SHIOs about this. So thanks for the opportunity to discuss it briefly.
Go ahead.
Do you expect all 58 to eventually?
I think eventually, I think what we've heard, and Dr. Gardner, you're probably closer to this, but if you want to come up and speak to that, but I think what we've heard is that not all 58 intend on applying in this first year. They want to kind of test the waters. They might apply in the next quarter or for spring or for fall 2027. Is that an accurate depiction? But the fact that we've got 29 out of 58 and in this first round, I think is a big success. So, yeah.
Congressman Price.
Do you take away from this? We had earlier talked about the final rulemaking and the final terms of Workforce Pell that were being developed. Do you get the feeling from these discussions and the experience here and elsewhere that this is pretty stable and pretty much the way it needs to be, or is there going to be continuing efforts to modify the rule as experience dictates?
I think that federal rules are obviously very tough to modify. So I think we're going to learn a lot in this first kind of initial rollout. I think what we discussed on this panel I was on a few days ago is this is going to be an opportunity for us to kind of reinvent how we look at financial aid, as a sector, in higher education altogether. We have, short-term workforce development scholarship, $1 million recurring this year. This year it was, we have another $1 million invested for these scholarships from the state budget. I think this is going to be an opportunity for us to, figure out how we can braid funding in a better fashion and more but one of the things I think we have to do is make sure that we're marketing to students and helping to tell that story to students about, what's available and how it can be available. But to your point, directly to your question, I think the rules are the rules for right now. I think depending on how this initial rollout goes, there is a lot of, there are a lot of skeptics out there about the full, kind of reach of this program and what it's going to look like, just with the restrictions. But I think that there are reasons for those criteria, 8 to 15, under 15 weeks, over 8 weeks, certain, a number of hours has to be tied to a credential, the completion rate. There's reasons, but there's also, they're for family sustaining wages, for economic mobility purposes. But I think many colleges are going to hopefully see this in a way to be able to braid the funding together to help more students. So, Andrew, do you have anything to add to that, or do you? We've got as I told the panel a few days ago, we have a team working on this, so they're more directly tied to it day to day.
I'll just echo some of your points there. They're definitely looking at this first year as a trial run and seeing what works. The federal rules they're set, but they're willing to look and evaluate and see where they need to tweak to make the most impact.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner. Are there any further questions? Are there other items of new business that anyone would like to bring? All right, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second to adjourn. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Congressman Price. Thank you, Chair Looney. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
about 20 seconds. How's that? Got that, got my agenda, and yeah, I got closed session. We'll talk about that. Yeah. What about that? Later in the That's the one I'm talking. Okay, we'll call this meeting to order of the Personnel Committee for Thursday, this, whatever day it is, 16th of July, I believe it is. Dr. Gold, would you mind giving the roll call, please, ma'am?
Mr. Bill McBrayer,
Present.
Mr. John Kane, Miss Lisa Eastep, Mr. Eric Nesbitt, Mr. Chris Bullard, Miss Stacy Griffin, Mr. Tom Looney, Dr. David Lowry, Mr. Robert Moore, Mr. Ray Trapp. All right, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. This time I'll read the ethics awareness. In accordance with State Government Act, it is the duty of every member of this committee to avoid both conflict of interest and appearance of conflict. Does any member of the committee have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in particular matter involved. Seeing none, hearing none, let the record reflect no conflict or potential conflicts. We have the agenda here today. I have couple items for closed session. Any other additions or deletions to the agenda as written? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Okay, second, thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you. The minutes. Everybody received their minutes from May 14th. Hope you've had a chance to look over those. Any additions or deletions we need to make on the minutes? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve as written. Got a motion? Got a second? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. So we have a couple items for action this morning or this afternoon. The one that, the first one is the Bio Network Learning Solutions Center transition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. Finance brought it up if you were in finance. Programs brought it up if you were in programs. But it comes to us today as a request to incorporate 4 new positions here at the system office. These positions have been housed at Gaston Community College. We would allocate the money to Gaston, and then they would be on Gaston's payroll. What we're asking to do is bring them back into the system office domain. The 4 people that are currently employed in this role will have the opportunity to apply for these jobs as they come back into the system. But we're not talking about any people at this moment. We're just talking about the positions to reestablish them here at the system office. Dr. Goh, any further comments that you'd like to add concerning that?
I think you gave a good explanation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, no questions. So all in favor of, oh, yeah, we do need a motion. And do I have a motion to approve the attachment PR1? Got a motion? Need a second and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Also have a system information report that talks about our vacancy report. It's notched up just a little bit. Also on the college presidential status reports. We also have an organizational chart that I think everyone received. And then system off employees duty station, which is personnel number 5. Are there any questions on any of these? Again, it's information only, but be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr.
Okay.
McBrayer, just one quick note that I'll make, just a moment again to celebrate a little bit. On the vacancy report, we are up at 9%, but many of those positions that you'll see that we've been holding vacant, we were holding those in the hopes that we got the 3.1 for apprenticeship. So those positions, now that we have that funding, we'll be able to begin filling those, and hopefully you'll see that vacancy rate tick down. So that's good news, and we're happy to have those funds. That should allow us to take some of those grant funds and use them for programmatic activities, because they won't be needed for staffing anymore. So just wanted to make that note.
Thank you. The next for discussion item is salary adjustment procedure. This is one that I have brought up and tried to bring it up a couple times in a closed session and was told I can't bring it up in a closed session because it's not on the closed session agenda. So we put it on the open session agenda to discuss today. And what this is, my thought is we need to come up with some kind of ruling or state board code or whatever it takes, because what happens, and I'll just make an example. So Dr. Gold works for me, and she may come to me and say, I'm doing a great job. Is there any way you can get me more money? And I say, well, I don't know. I'll check. And then I say, well, I have to wait. We got to get with the state board and see if they'll do that. And then if we do it, fine. If we don't, then who looks bad? It's the state board. Or if I'm thinking Dr. Gold's doing a great job and I want to reward her, I don't know how all the funding works, but I have some funding within my control that I can give her more money for doing a great job. I don't go to her and say, hey, I'm going to try to get you some more money because you're doing a really good job. I think that's how it's done today. In the private world where I come from, if I think Dr. Gold's doing a great job, then I'm going to get my team, her supervisor, whoever that's involved in that type of stuff, and I'm going to say, hey, I think Dr. Gold's doing a great job. I think we need to give her 3% or whatever it is. And then if that group decides, yes, that's a good idea, then I go to Dr. Gold and tell her, hey, guess what? You've done a great job. I'm giving you 3%. But I think what's happening in the building here, we're putting the cart before the horse. And I don't think that's a good idea. And it puts us in a bad light, and can be. So I think somehow we need to get some kind of policy that moving forward, if there's increases that are going to be made, they need to be agreed upon between the manager and whomever the source that makes that decision. And if it's a PHA, whatever that new term is, an exempt employee that has to come in front of the state board, then it's talked about in the state board before they present it to the exempt person. So did I make myself clear in this little example? I just think that no, so if you're going to do an increase, whoever's in charge of doing the increase, say, yes, we're going to do it, then talk to the employee. Don't talk to the employee first, because it's almost akin to when new presidents come on board and they would say, well, so-and-so is going to be the new president upon state board approval. Well, if we happen to not do it, then we're the ones looking bad. So we did a state board code, section 305J or whatever, can't remember, that if you're shopping for a new president, it can't be released to the public until we approve it or don't approve it, then it can be announced. So it's kind of like in the same vein. I just think we put the cart before the horse.
But just to be clear, it's salary and it's also offers of employment. We can't offer somebody employment if it has to be approved by the board. And so it's not just a compensation. If there's a position that's open that the board has to approve, the board has to approve it, and then the offer can be made, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, and I think we've done both infractions
Correct.
on that before. So Just want to throw that out there for discussion. If anybody has any comments, if not, I'd like to get staff or whomever to kind of come up with a ruling moving forward that we can clear that up a little bit, clean it up a little bit. Comment?
No, I agree. I will say that with offers, the, under the, if we don't discuss the offer with the potential employee before bringing it to the board, then there is the chance that you could improve an employee and then they turn that offer down. So we might have to come back to you multiple times because we would not be assured that they would accept pending your approval. So just want to make you aware.
But the other side of the equation is if you offer somebody a position and they quit their job based on that offer and we don't approve it, then that poor person doesn't have a job.
That's,
So I
and-
just want to make sure that
and you're exactly right. I think that's the other side of that risk. When we offer a preliminary offer, a soft offer, we let that employee know that it's contingent on state board approval and we advise them not to quit or resign their current job until after. So it is very delicate dance and I understand your concern and we can move forward at the board's pleasure, but just want to let you understand there is the potential risk that we could bring you someone and then they may not accept the position.
And I think moving forward on a new hire, it's a tad different. I don't think we're comparing apples and apples from a new hire that doesn't know us from Adam to start with, than a person that's already in the system, that's moving up, progressing, however, and I think that needs to be discussed with whomever the authority is to give them that authority for the promotion or money before they get talked to. From an outside source coming in, I can see where, yeah, you might have to do that. But we definitely don't want them quitting the job thinking that they're going to get it. And then we happen to say no for whatever reason. Mr. Lane?
Refresh my memory when the board has to approve a salary increase or an offer. Hiring a new employee or a salary increase for an employee, which are the people that we have to be involved with versus just a manager making that offer?
I think most of the
EHRA.
EHRA, yeah.
So the exempt personnel, so we have 58 exempt from the Human Resource Act personnel here in the system office currently. Those individuals have to come to you for salary increases. They also come to you for approval of a new hire. SHRA, the subject to Human Resource Act, can be hired by the manager and are hired internally and do not come before the board. We do have to get approval from the Office of State Human Resources, though.
And how do we know if you're a PH versus an SH or?
Well, I like to just say exempt or non-exempt.
Yes, that's easier for me to. How do we know that?
Their job title, I guess, describes what it is. Not sure how it's worked here.
I would say historically, EHRA employees tend to be sort of your senior cabinet level people. So here at this agency, vice presidents, associate vice presidents, some executive directors and directors. So anyone who reports to one of those individuals typically would be an SHRA employee, unless there's, special, there are certain jobs that are very public and are exposed to the public. And so our current EHRA manual says communication staff, for example, are EHRA. So.
And is that across the state or is that just for the system office? I mean, state employees have the same issues, exempt and non-exempt.
Right. So it's interesting when we talk about colleges, college employees are not subject to the Human Resource Act. So they're not state employed, they're state funded, but not state employees. So the colleges have different rules than the system office as a state agency. So
the purpose of today was just to get some discussion. We don't have to vote on this. We don't have to solve the issue. I just want to throw it out on the table and get your mind going, which it did. And we can bring it back up at another time and narrow down to see exactly how we want to address it.
And Mr. Bear, the board does have an EHRA policy. And so I would recommend that we bring that back at some point for the board consideration and we could put the draft language for your consideration related to this matter.
Questions, comments? All right. We'll move on. Thank you. At this time, I would move to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and A6 to prevent the disclosure of information that is confidential or privileged in accordance with the General Statute 115D-27 and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of individual public employees and prospective public employees. Could I have a second? Got a second? All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? We'll stand at ease until otherwise told. Is there any new business coming before this committee today? You might like to bring up any new business? Okay, I believe that is the end of our meeting. I'll just say that this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for coming.